Assalamu alaikum. May I ask everyone who has come in here to take their seats? And may I also ask Iqbal Bhai, please, if you can look at how many have come in. Thank you.
Sawa. All right, no problem.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome to this continuation of the fourth Executive Council meeting. We'll be starting today with Quran, and we have an extremely talented, young, fantastic professional, beautiful akhlaq, and he's also a Qari of the Quran. Brother Ali Manji, please, if you can come to the podium with Salawat ala Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ما كان على النبي من حرج فيما فرض الله له سنة الله في الذين خلوا من قبل وكان أمر الله قدرا مقدورا. الذين يبلغون رسالات الله ويخشونه ولا يخشون أحدا إلا الله وكفى بالله حسيبا. ما كان على النبي من حرج فيما فرض الله له، سنة الله في الذين خلوا من قبل، وكان أمر الله قدرا مقدورا. الذين يبلغون رسالات الله ويخشونه ولا يخشون أحدا إلا الله، وكفى بالله حسيبا. الذين يبلغون رسالات الله ويخشونه ولا يخشون أحدا إلا الله، وكفى بالله حسيبا. ما كان محمد أبا أحد من رجالكم ولكن رسول الله، ولكن رسول الله وخاتم النبيين، وكان الله بكل شيء عليما. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اذكروا الله ذكرا كثيرا وسبحوه بكرة وأصيلا. وصدق الله العلي العظيم. اللهم صل وسلم وزد وبارك على رسول الله وآله الأطهار، على رسول الله وآله الأطهار. سورة المباركة الفاتحة.
And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, glorify Him day and night. And with those words, you have really, really uplifted the mood. Our hearts are really elated. I said Brother Ali, but actually he's a medical doctor as well. And when asking him to come, checked, adjusted himself, coming out from clinic. He's going for a whole weekend, also night shifts as well. These kind of professionals with link with the Quran in this very year of the Quran of the World Federation makes us extremely proud. May Allah bless your parents and grandparents and all your family. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. We shall now go on to the minutes of the last Executive Council meeting which was held in Sydney. Whilst the slides are being put up, I would like to say just a sentence or two, but with great emphasis. Many a times words are said, you mean something else, but you say something which hurts people. Yesterday, one part of our family was not happy, but I am hurt even for more. In the beginning of the meeting, yesterday in the proceedings, I said about timings, that our brethren, our sisters as well in Australia were not in present. Of course they are present, because they are present in our hearts all the time. When we as a global World Federation community living across different regions, different continents, time differences are there. And if someone is delayed here or there, we can fully understand. And if my remarks yesterday hurt anyone, I categorically and from my own dil and heart say, I am sorry. The Australian community is the one who set a real reference point on how to serve and how to welcome. When we went to Sydney and then to Melbourne, we have memories for life and we will cherish it. And we look forward to when we can have more meetings and proceedings there. But this is an official apology which I would like to put down on the minutes. And if this House would like to join me and agree with what I've said, I would like you all to say salawat in chorus. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Ahsan. You will see on the screen that the minutes are there. It has been sent beforehand in your packs. So we will go and do the page turning. And inshallah, you will also have prepared if you got any questions regarding the minutes which can come up. So we are now on page 1, where we have who were present and who were absent. We have now come to 20, EC 21, 24. Next page. Point of order? Please, Bismillah.
Are we just recording at the moment and then matters arising? Yeah?
Yes, we are
Okay, so
only
recording.
We're only recording it, and thereafter there is matters arising.
Okay,
Thereafter.
thank you.
Thank you. Bismillah. A bit slower, please. Slightly slower, please. Let it stay there for a moment. Next. Let's stay there for a moment. Continue, please. can we go up to the observation just a moment? Just while let's stay there for a slow moment because a lot of heavy text. And next, please. And further. And next. And next, please. And next. Let's continue. And next page. Next page, please. Okay. Thank you. We have just shown the minutes, and we would now open the floor for observations. Any comments, please? Rasul Bhai, you had your hand up. You may want to maybe come in with something. Bismillah. Rasul Bhai Bamani.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
So it's 28.3.
Yeah.
Is it okay to go down that further up? Yeah. It's the discussion about the CRC.
Yeah.
And in particular, 28.3. And it says that following
Yeah, this was 28.3, yeah?
28.3, yeah.
There we go.
What is that? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, following the deliberations on the interpretation of the CRC resolution, the chair ruled that the resolution does not disallow the CRC to consider the structural changes, and ultimately the conference would decide on the interpretation in any case. So I'm not sure how we would want to take this, but it's not, with all due respect, and with a humble, my humble opinion, is that it's not up to the chair to give an interpretation of a resolution that's been passed at the conference. As I quoted yesterday, 19.2.3, it's the Executive Council in between conferences that make that decision. Now, if there's an issue with the interpretation of a resolution, then it needs to come back to the Executive Council, and the Executive Council at that point give their interpretation. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that in itself is in my opinion, is a procedural error. At this moment in time, I'll leave it there and see what we then need to do further.
So let me clarify, because I obviously asked for the sentiments from the House. It was the Executive Council that guided me to make that call. So what happened at that meeting is that members from Africa Federation felt that the resolution only limited the scope. We put the resolution on the screen, and I sought input from every other region. And the regional leadership and members from the Executive Council provided guidance that the interpretation was as it stood. It was on that basis that I made that ruling. Yeah.
So in that case, I think
Yes.
that needs to be reflected here.
I appreciate
Because I think the way it's been written here,
Yes.
it shows that the chair, and that's not
Yeah,
procedurally correct.
Point taken. I think if we can make a note of that, Secretariat, to go back to the minutes and make sure that we modify that in light with the feedback we received, unless the prior points have that covered. If the prior points to 828.3 already cover the feedback, then that is, unless a sentence could be added. But again, these are just pure minutes, but it was based on the consensus of the House that we made that ruling. Yeah. Thank you.
So the wordings of this discussion here, that what has come through, that there's an explanation, and the essence of it is that the Executive Council was consulted through dialogue, following which, and so forth.
Correct. So there's no need to amend these minutes.
No.
It'll be covered in the matters arising in
Matters
minutes. of
arising.
that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else, please? Arif Bhai, Jaxi, please.
I don't think that should be part of the matters arising because that's not a matter that arose after the fact. It happened on the time, so that minutes I need to reflect.
So what you are saying that the minutes should be rather corrected,
Right.
all right? And I see the nodding of Rasool Bhai as well, that that's a possible pathway. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I think, any other comments?
Zahir Abbas Bhai?
Just a question on, I can't recall exactly where it was, but there's a discussion on CIO that we had during that meeting. Could you please just tell us what was the conclusion? We are going ahead from that meeting. I know the court case issue was brought up yesterday, but what was the decision in terms of the Executive Council? We should be going for CIO or not?
Asant, we'll come to that. Any other question?
Okay, so I think on this matter, I can see that both Arif Bhai and Rasool Bhai's consensus that we should just make some changes to that particular point to reflect the consensus in the House rather than a matter arising.
Exactly, because this will stay for forever, these minutes, and it will probably be read the same way as Rasool Bhai did.
I should make a note, yeah. Thank you.
So this means that 28.3, that it says following the deliberations on the interpretation of the CRC. So here, following deliberations in the Executive Council meeting, the chair, this is the question, you see, because there is saying, there is clearly, there says deliberations, and
Yeah,
then from
Yeah, but I think what you need to state there is rather than the chair, the House or the Executive Council decided or agreed on this interpretation, whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean,
It's semantic.
Shabdani Maramari, you see, what I'm trying to say is that if I distinctly recall what happened is that the position of Amin Bhai Nasur at that point in time, mentioned in 28.2, was that no, that is his interpretation. And with the feedback we got from the others, I had to make a ruling as a chair based on the feedback from the others that this is our understanding, and we moved on and said ultimately if there's an issue, it can come at the CRC. So I think the spirit is tackled now. Is a question of whether you want more wordings or should we move on, you know? Yes, Murtaza.
With the permission of the chair, can I ask a question just to clarify all our position for posterity? If there is a debate on the interpretation of a resolution or the Constitution, and there is a deadlock in the House, who then makes the decision?
You want to come in? Well, ultimately the chair has to make a decision.
No, sorry. No, absolutely, the chair makes the ultimate decision. But the normal practice would have been, I'm just thinking through how that at that Executive Council, when this discussion would have come up, I think they would have looked at the discussion that happened prior to the resolution that was passed at the conference, and then basically contextualize and then come up with a decision. Now, if that happened at the Exco in Sydney, then fine, there's no issues.
Thank you very much.
regarding Zahir Abbas Bhai's point, that has been covered earlier, and it was an update earlier as well regarding the CIO. We have said this before as well, that the CIO is in the minutes as well, if you can see, that Charity Commission was approached, but due to until the finalization of the court case, they did not want to give any input or ruling.
Just clarification, in terms of what was agreed by the Executive Council, were we, or maybe this meeting or the previous, it's important why I'm asking this, is that what did we agree? Okay, we should, CIO is the correct structure?
No.
Or we should go for, I don't know, limited
no,
time?
Zahir Abbas
Yeah.
Bhai, this first of all is
Yeah.
not the agenda item. That's first thing.
Uh-huh.
It's a very important point
Hmm.
because it has been discussed in the minutes. It's there. Okay? I'm not trying to be difficult at all. It's there in the minutes. But just so that we go further, so we know, I said that there was a conference who passed a resolution that we should proceed with an application for CIO. That's a resolution which was passed by the conference in May 2021. Thereafter, upon being given that mandate, the office bearers came and presented back at the Exco saying that for Charity Commission has not, did not want to proceed with our application because there is an ongoing court case. Thank you. Now, can I ask someone to propose the minutes, please? Thank you. Kazim Mahdi is proposing. Thank you so much. Anyone who is seconding? Brother Ibrahim?
Yeah, I'll second.
Ahsantum. Thank you. Anyone who? Any abstention? Anything in? No? Ibrahim Remtullah, seconded. And propose, I beg your pardon? Ibrahim Remtullah has seconded. So did someone else put their hand up? Mahmoud Bhai Dala. Thank you. Thank you. Ahsantum. The minutes are now passed. Thank you. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. We're going to go to one of the strategy pillars, which is education. And we welcome Brother Ghulam Abbas Pira to the podium, please. What we will do is that this presentation will take place. Observations we are going to take later. We have allowed space for that for the strategy pillars, okay? So it's going to be relatively shorter, and plus because we covered some parts of that in the Secretariat report yesterday. Bismillah. Can we welcome Brother Ghulam Abbas Pira with Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. That's the question.
But was it answered?
I did not hear any answer.
Okay, just raising it from.
Okay, let's pause one moment. What we will do, Let Brother Ghulam Abbas Pira do this presentation. Thereafter, I will pose the question again if there were anything matters arising. Everyone who were here were in the minutes there. Okay, let us proceed. Brother Ghulam Abbas, Bismillah.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ربي اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي. Respected office bearers, counselors, scholars, dignitaries, guests. Salamun alaykum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am deeply humbled today to share with you an update on the education strategy following the third EXCO held in Australia during September 2022, where we reported the consolidation of the Zainabia Child Sponsorship Scheme and the Higher Education Department under the newly formed Education Department. We have taken a more holistic approach to education as a whole and capacity building in our global community for the next 5 years. So if we have a look, there are now 3 pillars. We have the Zainabia Child Sponsorship Scheme, we have higher education, and we have capacity building. And these, I'll talk about these 3 pillars in the next slide. Next slide, please. So under the Zainabia Child Sponsorship Scheme, this is a flagship project which has been running for 42 years. A lot of it was helping students and sponsoring students basically to study. So a lot of it was collecting funds and making sure the students have fees and trying to move that along. So we've looked at it from different facets. So there's growth and outreach, whereby we are proactively identifying school students from various regions. Post-COVID, this has been a massive issue because a lot of people in India, Pakistan, Africa have really fallen below poverty line, need assistance, so we're proactively doing that. And with the Zainabia Child Sponsorship Scheme, we are focusing on sponsoring underprivileged children at the nursery, primary, and secondary level. We also are now focusing more on education quality. So it's not just making sure the child can attend a school, but actually having a look at the educational performance. So I'm pleased to report that we have appointed an education consultant in Pakistan, due to the scale, to start reviewing academic progress. Next in line is India, and then Africa. So we are also undertaking school inspections with different schools and identifying areas for improvement. And also another element which we feel has been missed out, and we want to incorporate it to make a more holistic education strategy, is the careers education and guidance piece, where we are undertaking a CEG, a careers education and guidance audit, first with community schools in different regions, and then we are going to create an careers education resource hub and train careers advisors in each region. So rather than having somebody in the UK trying to coach and guide somebody in Pakistan, we want to build capacity in each of the regions. Next slide, please. So with higher education, apart from sponsoring, we are trying to now have, we're trying to have a look at how do we make it more holistic. So a lot of them face challenges after completing their bachelor's degree or even before that. And we've realized that mentoring and work experience placements would help enrich the scheme even more. In addition, this would also help them enhance their CVs in the process. The other thing which when we were trying to introspect and look at the education strategy more holistically, we realized that vocational training has been missed. So we're trying to put a bit more emphasis to help students explore vocational work through facilitating work experience and increase the awareness of the vocational courses available in the market. And one of the programs which we are trying to really work on is we know that a lot of students are now finding a lot of competition in the market. So bachelor's degree today is not really going to make the cut. And therefore now we're trying to focus on the Master's Edge, which is a unique program which will offer students who've excelled, so academic excellence, to specialize further at a renowned international university. In addition, these students who have been selected will be paired with a mentor to give them the best possible chances. Again, we'll start off with a small number, get feedback, and then scale the program further. Next slide, please. And this is now the third pillar, which I'm covering, which is capacity building. And I guess Oneli Bhai had mentioned capacity building. We're looking at it from an educational context here. So we are having a look at WF Academy. So as part of the holistic strategy, it would be facilitating online workshops in areas such as CV writing, interview skills, hosting other webinars to navigate workplace challenges faced by Shias, and much more. In addition, one of the other elements under capacity building, which we realized was missing, was connecting community schools together. A lot of times we reinvent the wheel. So you have a school in one region and the other school doesn't talk to them. So we want to create a global network. So whether it's the Asadiq school in Toronto, or it's the Mombasa Jaffrey, or it's the Al-Muntazir in Dar es Salaam, we want them on one platform. And then we're going to divide it by nursery, primary, secondary, and higher where possible. And then also give them a forum through, obviously, the protocols for them to share knowledge, for them to cut down the reinvention of the wheel. In addition, then we also have affiliation and accreditation. So this is a long-term goal. We have tried with different universities. This is a long process. And this is basically working with and empowering our schools, community schools and colleges to obtain international accreditation so that they can offer internationally accredited courses locally at campus. So for example, Mombasa has Jeffrey Institute, or let's say we will have certain colleges, and it's trying to make sure they're accredited internationally, just so as either to reduce cost or to have, let's say, top-up programs, so you can have a 2+1 program. Next slide, please. Okay, so over here, just giving you a quick snapshot of the ZCSS evolution over the years. So you will have seen the numbers have been, in 2018, 19, 20, 21, numbers have relatively just been there at roughly around 950 students. In 2021, 22, and more so in 2022, 23, we have almost reached 5,000 students. So this is only possible through the generous donations of our donors. So Alhamdulillah, we are really deeply grateful to all of you who are supporting the scheme. It's also, in addition, we have recognized the need in each community by region, and we keep in touch trying to find out what the needs are. Also, capacity building in the local geographies is starting, and engagement with donors, which is paramount. Next slide, please. So over here, we've tried to map out. This is not a perfect map by any chance. It's an educational landscape for each of the regions, which we've tried to really summarize. So for example, in India, the Khojas and wider Shias still require support in early years, that's nursery and primary, as well as secondary education, and also for higher education. Now, if you go and have a look at Africa, through the good work of Africa Federation and also the local Jamaats, we have a good network of community schools, which we are really proud of. And the need over here, which we've kind of identified, is where the wider Shias need to be supported at Bilal centers for nursery, primary, and secondary education. In terms of higher education, our Khoja students are supported through Africa Federation. Wider Shias also require support at Bilal centers. Likewise, again, for Pakistan, we have identified, and the president has alluded to this, so we have covered, so Khojas and wider Shias still require support at nursery, primary, and secondary. However, through the good work and conversations, alhamdulillah, of the HELP scheme, which is the Hirji Education Loan Program, and the Haydari Benevolent Trust, a lot of the students are being catered for locally. Next slide, please. So this is our target operating model in terms of how our structure looks like. So we have the head of education, but then you have the different regions. Now, these are the demand centers. It doesn't mean that we are not entertaining requests from other regions like, let's say, North America and all. But this is where our core demand comes. These people can't afford education. So the primary step, obviously, is to recognize where are the core areas. So these are demand centers, right? India, Pakistan, Africa. By no means is this exhaustive of the landscape, but these are just reflecting demand centers. So we have an educational consultant in Pakistan. Next step, and we have an operations hub in India. Next step is to get an education consultant in India to scale, and also thereafter in Africa. Next slide, please. So what's our service delivery infrastructure going to look like? And this is where we're aiming to develop an educational portal to increase awareness within the community regarding the education services we are going to offer, inshallah, and also invest in software to make sure that we can tailor our education services and offer them to the wider community. Next slide, please. So this is our service delivery roadmap, just giving you an idea of timelines and priorities. So in 2023, alhamdulillah, we realized, post-COVID, with also the Ukraine war also taking place, the cost of living crisis, scaling was a massive initiative. And for us to scale, we had to go out, talk to the different areas and make sure we could support students. Careers education and guidance is currently underway, and Master's Edge is going to take place in Q3. Thereafter followed by connecting schools. Likewise, you've seen the time map for the timelines for 2024, 2025. This is a snapshot. Due to the time constraints, I will stop here. I really would like to thank you all for your time, for your patience listening, and I would more than happily welcome feedback. Ahsan, thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Abbas, for that presentation. Just for your, as a very quick preamble, sorry, we already had the presentation, but I should have done a preamble earlier, but that's fine in terms of retrospectively. That the economic pillars that we have are threefold. The first is education, the second is housing, and the third is microfinance support. Education, 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 that has been our focus in this term. And as you have just seen that the significant increase of support within the education field, both for the Khoja community as a priority, and the wider Shia community continues to remain our core objective. The creation of the education department, led by Abbas, over the last 12 months now, has facilitated us to expand on education in each and every region with the representation and somebody professionally hired in each region. So in India now, we have a person who focuses on the Zainabia work, primary, secondary, and not only quantity, is the quality. So we have increased significantly to supporting 5,000 primary and secondary students. And as I announced yesterday in the State of Community address, that Alhamdulillah now we are pleased to note that there is not a single Khoja Shia Ishnashi who is deprived of higher education support in India and Pakistan as well. Africa has already achieved that target many years ago, Alhamdulillah. And as far as primary and secondary education is concerned, whilst nobody is deprived, we still see that we have students in India in particular who still require better quality education from what they are enjoying now in government and state schools. So we are supporting them now in ensuring they are upgraded to private schools so that they can get that facility. As far as higher education is concerned, Murabi Raza Bhai Hirji is not here, but I'm sure he will come later, we are grateful to the Hirji Foundation for the higher education loan and support that he provides, both in Pakistan as well as in the rest of the world, globally. And that program is going a long way in providing that phenomenon support. So I think this is education. We will not take any comments at this point because we have a very tight agenda, but suffice to say that the second pillar is housing. Now, as far as housing is concerned, again, in the State of Community address, I mentioned that we are starting on projects in India. Marhum Al-Asghar, 40 years ago, spent a lot of time, especially when you looked at the poverty in Gujarat in particular. There were a number of housing developments in a number of areas in Gujarat. Alhamdulillah, now with India Federation and Secretary General being here, three specific projects have been identified. Not only identified, but presented to us in a professional way. And the good news is that the first project is almost can come to fruition very soon, and that is in Bhavnagar itself. The second one is in Vartej for 10 families, which they refer to that as Scheme A, which is the most poor and vulnerable, for which yesterday I mentioned that $134,000 was required, which means $13,500 per house. Obviously, the Vartej project is obviously at a higher level because this is the middle to lower middle class who are going to contribute 50% in deposit, and the remaining 50 will come as a rent to own basis over the next 10 years. And the scheme has been put together by India Federation, working hand in hand with Bhavnagar Jamaat. The total cost of all these three projects, and the third one, where the vision is to have it over the next 2 to 3 years, that project has also been put together. It's slightly more expensive because the land was not at the disposal of the Jamaat. You are talking of a total of $800,000 in all for all these three projects. Alhamdulillah, yesterday with the philanthropy of this community, we managed to raise a decent amount. I would say the exact numbers I don't have here, but I would say it will be around 50,000–60,000 pounds was collected, if not more. And we need to meet those targets, inshallah, over the course of the next couple of days. We are planning a meeting in Pakistan very shortly, and we'll be in touch with Pakistan Federation very shortly to start looking into the housing in Pakistan. Some preliminary work has already been done, as reported to us by the Vice President yesterday of Pakistan Federation, Muhammad Ali Bhai, that we went to see the land over there, and there are people working on the ground. So specific plans will probably be brought at the next Exco. But we are working also in partnership with philanthropists and other trusts who support the Khoja communities, and inshallah we will work together on that basis and come back to you later. So that is housing, and a lot of work needs to be done, and of course we need to learn from each other. And the last pillar is microfinance. Now, it is in the report, and because of lack of time we won't go into it. Suffice to say that one great success that we have had, that was initiated in 2018 at the Exco in Karachi, for those who are there, where $2 million was raised for microfinance loans that was provided through the Haidari Benevolent Trust. That program has now continued with 3 layers of support from the philanthropic community. And within the report, there is a summary of what has been achieved through your support and the support, of course, of philanthropists outside the Executive Council as well. So I think in all, this is work in progress, and we will allow you for observations after we have had the strategic presentation on the census, because we feel then we can put it all together. We have a very limited time. By lunchtime, by namaz, we need to close. We need to move to the conference. So we are trying to be very succinct. Please keep your comments. Please make a note. You will get a chance, inshallah, to comment on it after the census, which is a critical project, because it is census that determines the poverty in the community. It is census that determines prioritization of, be it education or housing or any of the needs. And hence, once we have the view of what is happening on the global census, then we will open the floor for a holistic discussion on economic upliftment. Thank you.
Would we have time to discuss about the education?
Yes.
Thank you.
So education, housing, microfinance, we'll take it together.
Thank you.
After census. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was a specific question, and I really appreciated that one from Brother Muhammad Arif Chagani about matters arising from the minutes. The short answer is that most of the points are actually reflected in the agenda of this Executive Council meeting, because the agenda has been formed according to what has been put as action points, and you will see. To give you a short part, which is matter that we saw 5 action points on the back of the minutes. And you may also look at the minutes as well, which are there. First action point was that Sheikh Nadir Jafar was requested by Mr. Chair to actually go and visit East Africa, and this is on the back of request as well, which we have. And he did actually go and visit, and had fantastic collaboration with Africa Federation in that way as well. And that means AFTAB, which is an amazing, the key Tabligh subcommittee of Africa Federation. The second action point was around economic upliftment, and regarding education and economic upliftment, where there was going to be an update on housing and microfinance, and you just heard it just now about the progress. It was specifically about India and Pakistan with housing and microfinance respectively. On the action point 3 regarding census, there was a KPI, which I covered yesterday, but I'm saying it again. It is to appoint a global census lead. That has also been delivered, and the global census lead and the team of volunteers will be presenting very soon. Action point number 4. The chairman requested Sabira Bai Lakha to share any correspondence with Najaf regarding divorce with the Islamic Education Department. That's on the back of the paper which was around conflict resolution. We will inshallah see if she's come here, and I'm going to ask Islamic Education if she shared all the correspondence or not. So that's what you would call a live. At this moment, we will check with her. So I don't have a definite answer. Action point number 5. There was a commitment given regarding the conflict resolution paper that there would be extensive consultation with a team across the globe so that everyone has an input. And you will hear from Sheikh Afzal Merali when he comes and presents, that you will see that there will be multiple people around the world being part of it. So that's also an action point which has been delivered. Thank you. Anything else which anyone missed or anything I have missed? Please, Bismillah.
No, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that that was tidied up. That was my point of order. Thanks.
Jazakallah khairan jaza. Ahsant. Brother Ibrahim.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. Rahmatullah.
With all due respect to the chair, as a matter of protocol, right, I think the matters arising need to be addressed, right? You need to provide the council to have an opportunity to ask those questions. And I think some of those points may not even be covered in your 5 action items. So I think as a procedural thing and making sure it's minuted, I think we should give that opportunity to everyone.
So I will ask again, inshallah, are there any matters arising from the minutes? Please, Ibrahim Bhai.
So just as a follow-up to a point that was made in the minutes regarding the group that was tasked to going and meeting with the Orlando Jamaat and HIC. We haven't got an update on that from those minutes. I'd appreciate an update.
Yes. The team that I announced in Sydney comprised of Sayyid Muhammad Bakir Kashmiri, the representative of Aga's Liaison Office in North America and Canada, Sayyid Raza Abidi from USA, and the third individual was Sheikh Murtaza Ali Dina, and Aga's office specifically requested that as part of this team, Sheikh Ali Dina should be included, and any other 2 choices that we would prefer. And the reason we chose them is that they are all based in North America and also know the Jamaat and the workings of our wider Shia community in North America and Canada. After that, we did communicate with Nasimco, and accordingly, I think we are waiting for a formal response on this matter so that the work can commence. And I can't comment more than that unless Arif Baijeksi wants to add anything to this.
Just as an update from the last time we spoke, I did speak with Mahmoud offline, unofficially, and he said that his response in the email was that, and it went directly to the Secretary General of the World Federation. I think that's where the correspondence was happening, where they were open to the 3 sheikhs that you had mentioned for them to continue their work. However, what they were not open with was the fact that they did not want World Federation to be part of the they did not want World Federation to be part of that process. So whatever outcome that these sheikhs would take would be directly given to them after the merger had come up with a decision. So they said that they wanted that direct. But when he mentioned that, I said that this is the process that is coming through the World Federation. They're the ones that are making this process happen. So it is only fair that they are involved. They're not gonna, as per what we spoke, there was not going to be any kind of position that World Federation is going to carry. This is going to be a total separate investigation. However, because World Federation is facilitating it, it is only fair that they are involved. So that's where we left off. They are open to it, however, they don't want World Federation participation in the results. So that's where we kind of, in terms of responding that via email officially, they had already mentioned that in their email. But if it has to come to Nasimco, then we can write that letter. However, that's where the stand is right now.
Thank you very much. So we are waiting for that formal confirmation. The Office of His Eminence requested me personally, as the President of the World Federation, to appoint a committee, which I have. The committee is ready to commence its work once we get a formal response from the Jamaat, obviously through Nasimco, that they are happy to commence this process. It will have to be facilitated under the World Federation. Of course, the 3 scholars will have their independence to come up with their conclusions, and their report will come back to the World Federation, and we will then communicate that to His Eminence's office. That is the process. So that is the process. We will remain on that process. And if, of course, they want to go independent, they are free to go and meet the merger themselves. But that is the instruction we have got from His Eminence. His Eminence strongly has constantly communicated with us that they respect the structures of our community, and that structures have to be respected.
Just a quick follow-up. This was in September. Can you tell us when the letter was sent out, and if there was a deadline of when the reply should be expected? Because it's taking quite long, obviously.
Yeah, look, we soon after the EXCO, I don't know exact dates, but we can check with the Secretariat files. Soon after the EXCO, we sent the letter, and we didn't put any deadline. And Aga's office did not insist on any deadline. So the ball is not in our court. They want the ijazah, the ball is in their court.
Thank you.
Just one moment, because these are matters arising from the minutes itself, and therefore the executive councillors will have to then say regarding those proceeding notes. So Akil Bhai, if time permits, I will let you to come in. Just a moment, yeah? Thank you so much. Bismillah, Onali Bhai.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. Chairman, I think the World Federation has tried his best to resolve the issue, and I remember since Ras Al Khaimah, this discussion has been going on. My question is, I want a confirmation from the World Federation whether the JIC, I think this is the HIC, whether they have got an ijazah from Najaf in regards to this project that they are undertaking?
We have not got any ijazah, or we have not issued any ijazah to HIC. We have, of course, issued an ijazah based on my meeting with His Eminence and His Eminence's advice. The ijazah was given with certain conditions, and that ijazah remains in place. That ijazah is not revoked, it remains in place. As far as a new ijazah is concerned, I am not aware of any new ijazah to date.
So a follow-up question, if through you, if I may ask Brother Arif to inform us whether there is an ijazah that has been issued to them.
As far as I know, there's no other ijazah issued. The ijazah that they had initially was from Sayyid Abidi, who is based out of California. And then once he found out that World Federation was involved, he retracted his ijazah. And so it was only the World Federation that came up with the ijazah. At that point, HIC were not too happy with that ijazah. And so that is why we are here today, just to have a different route taken.
I think the only one more person who had put his hand up was Ghulam Abbas Bhai, please. And this will be the last one, please. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of clarification so that we understand correctly. The World Federation has written a letter to HIC Orlando, and what I understand correctly, if correct me, that World Federation is awaiting an official response from HIC to Nasimco and Nasimco to advise WF whether this thing is moving forward or not. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Akil Bhai, Please, Bismillah. And it's regarding this agenda item, yeah? Okay, please. Can you come here? No, please. Here. Thank you so much. Sorry, yeah? If you can keep it to 1 minute as well, I really appreciate it. No, it will come on automatic.
Assalamu alaikum. Mr. Chairman, yesterday it was reported by the Treasurer that CIO was on hold internally. But what I read here in the minutes, CIO application Charity Commission will not proceed until the legal proceedings are completed. And at the same time, we are on the amendment of Constitution, and there are items, a lot of items on CIO. So what, can you please clarify on this matter?
The Constitutional Conference, inshallah, will commence this afternoon, and I think that question can be brought at that point in time. It will be more the right forum for that, inshallah. The current position remains, as far as the minutes is concerned, that the CIO, based on what the Charity Commission has written to us, has been parked until the legal matter is complete. Yes, that position remains in place, yes. So if there is any matter arising from there, you can bring that question at the constitutional meeting, because the connection, if you feel there is a connection between the Constitution and CIO, so you need to hear what the CIC presents, and if you believe that it is connected to CIO, your question will be legitimate. Yeah, thank you.
Rasul Bhai, Bismillah.
24.4, the mediation task force, there was a report yesterday, a report. Just want clarification. The resolution said that the extension would be until December 2022. Has that now expired?
Yes.
So the mediation task force is now finished. There's no more.
It was reported verbally, and it was not sent ahead. However, thereafter, I have received a report. I have not read it. It is after that it was presented verbally.
Considering that this is the House that put the mediation task force in place, don't you think we are also entitled to having a look at that report? I don't think a verbal report suffices.
We are very okay and open, and we should always, if a report has reached us, that we will share with the Executive Council, because it's the Executive Council which asked for the mediation task force to be set up. However, at the time, there was not there, and we all heard Sabira Bailaka together with Amin Bhai, and that they said that they gave a verbal and they gave an explanation. However, I have received a report thereafter, which is not only to us, but it's us whole collectively, the Executive Council. Inshallah, this answers it. Thank you. And I can see from the resolution, from the task force, Dr. Ahmad Hassan, you are here. Can I just ask you, because otherwise I would have asked anyone, is that fair?
That's fair. When the verbal report was done, the hard copy was not yet submitted. It was after that I brought up the matter and said, please submit the hard copy, because there has to be a hard copy in the Secretariat report, a written report, not just a verbal report. So it was submitted to you much after this matter was discussed. You are absolutely correct.
Thank you, Hassan. Now, we will now proceed with the agenda, inshallah, and may I ask for salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. As you, part of one of the pledges of strategy is to have a census. And many of you who are attending here, and I think each one of you are looking forward to this update. As explained, Al-Hajj Shiraz Baiwalji had been appointed and is the appointed lead for the census, global census program. And you will see in the report, in your pre-read, that a team with exceptional talent has also been engaged are in what you would call amazing brainstorming as well as multiple strategies. And I will welcome, inshallah, Shiraz Bhai Walji to the podium here, to the mic, please. And can we welcome him with Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. President of the World Federation, Safdar Bhai Jafar, office bearers on the high table, leaders of the community, ladies and gentlemen, Salamu Alaikum. I stand before you as a World Federation census team lead, filled with profound gratitude and a deep sense of responsibility. The importance of this task cannot be understated. When I took over the leadership 3 months ago, my first task was to form a team. As Marshall Goldsmith, a great author and a world-renowned executive coach, says, "You are only as good as your team." Alhamdulillah, with the grace of Almighty, I have gathered an incredible team comprising of members from different regions, federations around the world, each member being an indispensable and phenomenal asset to the mission. We have been entrusted with a monumental task of capturing a snapshot of a community data, which will be used to shape our strategy, policies, informed decision-making, and to pave the way for a bright and sound future, not only for the organization, but for the entire global community. The Global Community Census represents a remarkable endeavor which requires collaboration and dedication from all regional federations and their respective Jamaats. It will be a testament to the power of our unity and ability to work hand in hand and to create a platform for comprehensive and accurate data collection. We have already met most of the federation secretariats and look forward to meeting the few who we have not been able to connect with. We are confident that each one of you will give your support and cooperation, as every leader in this room wishes only the best for the local, regional, and therefore global community. I wish not to take much of your time and would like to invite and introduce two very able members of my team to present the project details and provide a concise update on it. Allow me to invite Sister Sukena Rashid from Canada, who comes with immense experience in the accounting profession. She has worked in public practice industry as well as managing graduate level education. She has led the Business Intelligence Unit for CPA, Western School of Business for 8 years, where in a current role as a Vice President, Partnership, Standards and Communication. She is responsible for overseeing academic integrity and professional behavior. She is also an active community volunteer by being part of Al-Zahra School Board and the Ladies Management Committee. Sukena Bhai also volunteered for both NASIMCO and World Federation data collection. The other part of the presentation will be made by Brother Imran Sherali. Mr. Sherali is an elected World Federation Councillor. He holds a master's degree in development policy and practice for civil society. Possesses a degree-long experience in the third sector, specializing in monitoring, evaluating, and learning and research. He has served in Dar es Salaam Jamaat as the Secretary of the Central Medical Board and the Constitution Review Committee, and held the position of Joint Secretary. With those few words, ladies and gentlemen, can I have a salawat to invite those two members of my team to do the presentation, please? Muhammadin wa ali Muhammad salawat. Okay.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Respected elders and scholars, President and Secretary of the World Federation, WF councilors, regional presidents and representatives, my brothers and sisters, Salamun Alaikum. I'm humbled to be here today to present with Shiraz Bhai and Imran Bhai on behalf of the census team. I attended the dinner last night, and when I walked into the room, I didn't know a lot of people, but by the time I walked out, I knew about 30 to 40 people, and somehow we had a lot of affiliations. This is the power of our global village. So once you get to know a few people, you get to know this big village. I joined this project because I really believe that there's a lot of untapped power in this village. So we're using these unofficial connections to create this Khoja benevolence, like the mosques are created, people are fed, housing is created, but this is all unofficially done. It's not done through data, it's not done through knowledge, it's just, I equate it to driving a car without Google Maps. So we are getting there, and we're getting there really well sometimes, but we could get there a lot faster, and we could do a better job with the data. So, what are the possibilities if we were to have a lot of data, if we were to actually know what to do, where to go? As you view our presentation today, I would like you to take a blue sky approach. So a lot of times we get into the weeds and we're thinking about it from that perspective, and so all we can see is weeds around us. But let's look at it from the blue sky perspective. What are the possibilities that exist when we have enough data? So I'll just dive right into the presentation. So why are we here today? We're here to keep you informed, for you to get to know the census team, to outline the process framework and timelines that we're going to be working toward, and then to ask all of you to provide us with empowered regional representatives. This is not a WF project. This is a joint collaboration with the regional federations. The next slide. In terms of the previous decisions, from 2017 to 2019, there was a white paper that was presented about the census. In 2021, there was a postponed triannual conference. There was that white paper on the census presented again. In 2022, there was an EXCO where there was the mandate to complete the census. And then in February 2023, as I kind of heard from the outstanding items today, the census lead was appointed. So we now have a census team that's formed, and this is kind of where we're going from there. Next slide. So what are our objectives? The first one is understanding our global village. I think we're all curious, like, who are our global village? How are they inspired? Do they like to listen to Majlises? Do they like workshops? How do we do our strategy if we don't understand who our global village is? Strategy development is another big piece of it, and then database decision making. Next slide. One of the first things that we did when we got into this project was to do an external scan. We looked at the Ismaili community. They have a very active census project. Very, very active. They gather a lot of information. That's what their strategy is based on. The Dawoodi Bohra community have a digital ID, and this was like a really interesting thing because they can move from community to community, and doors are open for them. So I just remember last year I visited Mombasa, went to the mosque, and there was the Askari there, and he wouldn't let me in. So I would have loved to have a digital ID where I could actually get into the mosque and take a look there. The Muslim community of Britain census report is very powerful. I'd encourage some of you to read it. It talks about Muslims in the UK and sort of why, what inspires them, what do they need, and all of that. The church groups are very active with census. So the Vatican has just implemented a census that's going to start next year. Other church groups gather a lot of information as well. So they already use a lot of data to make their decisions. I think of, like, I'm part of the CPA, and we have not a lot of members, but we gather a lot of information, and we do it nugget style. So it's not like we give you 20 pages and you fill it out. You become a member, and then we sort of nugget out little pieces of information to you Like, for example, we'll ask you questions about your salary, your positions. And because they are anonymized, you're more willing to fill those kinds of surveys out. So it's that nugget-based approach. We also have lots of possibilities in terms of there's lots of member organizations. You know, you can do house swapping, you can do funeral plans, insurance possibilities. We have a big marketplace. I think the Muslim market is $2.6 trillion in terms of consumer purchases, and we're not tapping into that market. And we have a good niche market there. Just next slide. You know, the most interesting thing when I started the project team was the fact that the Africa Federation has already done a census. So they did a census in 2018, and these are just some of the nuggets that they found during the census. So 21% of the community has a bachelor's or higher degree, so that means the rest of them do not have any degree. 59% of the community has a light, sedentary type lifestyle. 38% of them rent their homes. 87% get spiritual fulfillment from the member. I never thought that was the case. I thought a lot of people like more workshops and more dialogue. 62% attend the mosque at least once a week, and 64% of people have basic to no computer skills. So, you know, when you look at this in a snapshot, you can see a strategy being formed. And that is sort of where we want to get at with the census. The next slide. So we have our census head, Shiraz Bhai Walji, and I'll just pass this on to Imran Bhai to introduce the team and then to go into the processes and timelines.
Chairman Sahib, my fellow councillors, invitees, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Shiraz Bhai Walji, the head of the census team, needs no introduction. He's already introduced the census project, and Sukina Bhai has already gone further to explain why we need to carry out this initiative, the core objectives of this project, and she has provided glimpses of what we could achieve if we can have these insights and data-driven models. I will take you through 3 different stages. I will walk you through the team composition and the allocations with regional federations. I will give an update on what we've done so far in the last 3 months and what our next steps are. So the head of the team, obviously, is Shiraz Bhai Walji. He has a professional background in economics and brings a wealth of experience, none more important than the experience in leading the Africa Federation census in 2018. When he came in, he created 3 groups. There is a planning and a design team, there is a rollout and implementation team, and there's a marketing and a media team. The team was carefully composed to get the brightest minds across the breadth of both the geographical locations and technical expertise, with a balance of age-old wisdom and experience and the exuberance of youth. Can we go to the next slide, please? The team includes community development practitioners, civil engineers, mathematicians, actuaries, statisticians, economists, financial experts, IT specialists, and experts in e-commerce, marketing, and communication. We would like to emphasize that while our current team is highly capable, we acknowledge that it is not exhaustive. We wish to extend an earnest invitation to individuals who possess valuable skills and expertise to join the team. If you believe that you can contribute to the success of this project, we kindly request you to reach out to us. The planning and design team has myself, Mehboob Bhai Asaria, Shabir Bhai Alidina, and Muhammad Bhai Rajpar. The next team is the rollout and implementation team, which is led by Sajjad Bhai Karamsi, who is one of the brightest talents with a background in economics and statistics. And his team includes Ali Ali Bhai, Ali Muhammad Azadeuji. Next slide, please. Hussein Bhai Darsi, and Mehdi Fazl. And the next slide, please. And the marketing team is led by Sister Sukaina Rashid. Next slide, please. So what we've done is that we have allocated our core team with every regional federation. The Africa Federation has been allocated Sukaina Bhai Rashid. The Federation of Australian Communities has Ali Muhammad Azadeuji. The India Federation has Mehdi Bhai Fazl. The Federation of Isnashi Jamaats of Pakistan has Muhammad Rajpar. Nasimco has Ali Ali Bhai. The Council of European Jamaats has Shabir Alidina. And the Middle East region has Hussein Bhai Darsi. Next slide, please. Over the last 3 months, we have had internal brainstorming sessions with more than 120 human hours invested. Our discussions have ranged across the spectrum from what do we want to achieve as a result of this census? How can we build on the previous work of the regional federations and the local Jamaats, right through data protection laws, ownership, incentives, maximizing engagement with the community, and whether we want this to be a one-time census or a living census. As part of this initial stage, we have engaged with key stakeholders, none more important than the World Federation Secretariat and the regional federations, for the guidance and direction of this project. We've also begun engagement with specialists in areas of big data, data science, understanding the complexities of maximizing engagement across multiple rollout strategies. Next slide, please. We've been guided by a few principles through our brainstorming sessions. We're using the design thinking model. This is a human-centered approach that encourages innovation, works with user needs, and fosters creative problem solving to design effective solutions for our global census project. We'll be meeting with both World Federation Secretariat and the regional federations, as they are the most important stakeholders, in fact the latter even more so, to ensure an efficient and effective end-to-end process. We'll be adopting a unique approach for each region. There is not a one-size-fits-all model. We recognize the diversity of our global Khoja community across each of the 6 regions, with unique characteristics, and through close collaboration with regional federations, we will strive to ensure relevance, inclusivity, and ownership across the board. We will uphold stringent privacy standards and comply with the legal frameworks for each region by seeking guidance from legal experts from those specific regions to ensure that our data collection and data management practices are in full accordance with the privacy laws and the regulations of that region. We will be building on the initiatives that have taken place already, as opposed to reinventing the wheel, to avoid duplication of efforts and capitalizing on the valuable work that has already been done, accomplished within our community, maximizing efficiency and enhancing the overall quality and impact of the project.
Anyone on Zoom, please, if you can unmute yourself.
As mentioned earlier, we are exploring how best we can make the living census happen so that our data remains current, relevant, and representative of the evolving nature of our Khoja community. And lastly, just as we have provided an update on the progress of this project in this Exco, we will continue to do regular updates going forward. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. We have a 6-step process framework that we are following. The internal brainstorming session is complete, and we are now at a point where we are engaging with regional federations and exploring specific regional objectives and how we intend to collectively chart our way forward. The next steps will be on the deployment of our methodology and the rollout plan. We will then pilot this with one region and then extend this across the other 5 regions. Next slide, please. The liaisons of the Global Census team, together with the regional federations, will engage with us on all fronts, including all complex issues such as the needs, data privacy, and the methodology. So we request the regional federations to allocate representatives with levels of expertise and knowledge for decision-making purposes. And lastly, this is where we are at the moment in terms of the update on the Global Census project. We really wish if this august body can continue to guide us and direct this project in the most meaningful way possible. And we would be humbled to receive ideas and thoughts that we may have missed out. If you can bring that to our attention so we can improve our delivery process going forward. Thank you so much.
Can we have a loud salawat, please?
Thank you very much for this great presentation. Just to put everything in perspective, there is a youth conference that is happening in parallel, and the youths are almost ready to provide their input to this August body. So we have a time deadline to make sure that we meet that. We have a short exco, as you all know. But we have half an hour with us, alhamdulillah, for quality discussion right now. And my suggestion is that we first spend the first half of it to discuss the census, and then we go to the earlier subjects that were raised. They are all aligned. The census is a critical project and is a project that I would say is mandatory for the success of the Khoja Shia Ishrashi Muslim community worldwide. Without a proper census, we cannot plan the future. We have aspirations to set the 2050 vision of the KSIMC community globally. But with perceptions, we cannot develop a vision. It has to be backed by data. And hence, this project is extremely important, if not probably the most important project for this term. As an actuary, I always get baffled that a community of only 150,000 is a spreadsheet job to put the entire community into an Excel spreadsheet and then to derive various permutations, combinations of the aspirations. We deal with data of millions of lives, billions of lives. And today we know very well, every time we go to the website, you click on all the cookies, they know your behavior. You go to Amazon, they know exactly what products you like and they will target you. You drive your car with telematics, and today it's mandatory in some parts of Middle East already, where your behavioral patterns of how you drive determine the insurance you pay. And even with medical science today, with the data that the doctors have, you probably don't even need to go to the hospitals, and you can cure yourself at home with various information that our doctors have online. The world is changing. We are already into the age of digitalization, and we as the Khoja community that is one of the most renowned communities don't have our own data. So my humble suggestion to this house is to provide the fullest support to this team that Shiraz Bhai has put together, and you have seen the diversity of the team, you have seen the professionalism of the team, that if we collect our data, not only do we understand our socioeconomic composition, it facilitates the process of planning the future because we start even understanding the behaviors of community members so that we can plan accordingly, not based on perceptions, but on data. And what was striking for me in your presentation today was living census, which means we just don't want a one-off census again back on the shelf after 10 years, you go and update that. Those days are gone. Living census implying that we have either an app or an ID card or whatever, and I know the team are experts there. They have actuaries and statisticians and economists on their team, and I have no doubt with the talent, we will get the best product out there. The second thing that I have learned, and I know I'm giving my opinion because I want to set the tone of the discussions that you can contribute to the team. Of course, everybody will praise it, but we need input, solid input of how the team can take it and factor it in their value proposition. The second thing that came to my attention, obviously, besides the living census part, really was the pilot. The World Federation over the last many years has never embarked upon any project holistically without going through a pilot. MC is a classic example. Try with 3 madrasas, try with 1 madrasa. If it works, you get the feedback, you change things, and then you move on. So the pilot suggestion is also profound. So with that, I'll probably stop here and invite you to contribute to this very important subject so that the team can get feedback and take your advice into account. Thank you.
We have Salim Bhai Remtullah first, and then Muhammad Arif Bhai Jagani, followed by Ibrahim Bhai Remtullah so far. Bismillah. Also Amin Bhai Nasser we've seen as well. Okay. I'll ask for hands again soon. Very well. Please.
Assalamu alaikum. So first I'd like to commend you for this initiative. Shiraz Bhai and your team, you have our full support. This is something that is a very important, in fact it's very close to my heart as well. As you know, we just ran a census here at COEG, and we had our challenges. And I'll mention a few so we understand, so we learn from this. And we want to try, so first of all, are we trying to organize this census so we understand where we are as a community, as Khoja community, or as a WF membership? Because that's very important. And when we started looking at our census, there's a lot of people who contacted me and said that there's a lot of our Khoja members who don't attend our centers. But we need to know where they are, whether they exist or they don't exist. And if they don't attend, why don't they attend? And it's a valid point. We went out of our way to try and push this census even to some of the centers who are not part of COEG, but they're Khoja members, just to understand what is the real demographics and what is the real concern. We had an economical side, which we were looking at the financial status of our members so we can help them, because often we want to gather information and seeing how well our community is doing. But my focus was to see how unwell we are so we can help these people. And the data was great. We received a lot of stuff which was very beneficial and very good. There was some concerning data there, which is very different to what I saw in the slide from Africa Federation. For example, in Africa Federation, they said 83% felt they get spiritual guidance from the mosques. Our data was very different. Majority of people said they don't get guidance from the mosque. You know, so this is something alarming. And some of the questions were because they felt some of the delivery was very poor. So these are issues that I know they're sensitive issues, but it's just to help us. Like if I, at my workplace, if I'm going to deliver something or if I'm going to assess my staff, I will train them to get better. And we need to do the same thing. You know, we have people who are educating our community. We as office bearers who are providing a service, in a way, to our members, we need to up our game if we want these people to come back. So this census is brilliant, but it will only work if the data we're trying to capture, we capture it from all angles, not just from the angle that, not only from one angle. I'm not going to say not an angle that we have planned, but just not one angle. We need to look at various angles. I also feel that one of the challenges we faced is a lot of people are reluctant to answer these censuses because they feel if there is a way we can find out who they are. And technically, you know, your IT team will have to really look at ways that there's no way to find out because, as you know, things leak these days. There's been many data during elections, global elections, that have leaked because there's ways. So we need to reassure our community members that some of these data that we're asking are very sensitive. You saw, I don't know if you've seen some of the college questions, we've asked things that we were criticized for. But I don't want to ask things that you already know. I want to know things that are sensitive. You know, I want to know if our community members take halal and haram seriously. Whether they eat haram food, we need to know so we can guide them. If I don't want to ask that, then I'm not going to, and I'm going to brush it under the carpet. So these questions are going to be important, and you'll get our full support. Now, I also saw some of the liaisons there for some of the regions, and I was trying to understand the understanding. So you have got liaisons there which are not part of our region. So this is somebody who's going to be just part of the team, but he's going to work with somebody within COAGE. Is that correct? So you can answer maybe all together. So I'll stop here, so I'll give other people the opportunity to also contribute, inshallah.
Yeah, we'll come back on those parts. Muhammad Arif bhai, Bismillah. And now, just before, now I'm going to be one of those bad guys, yeah? Please, everyone try to be as succinct as possible. What I don't want to say is like people cannot come to the mic as well. So try to be as succinct, 45 seconds each. Bismillah.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Secretary. I appreciate you controlling the time. First of all, I'd like to commend the team. They've done an excellent job. It's a great start with what Shiraz Bhai has accomplished so far for Africa Federation, and it's a good model to replicate across. I would just like to ask the same question here, as that we observed that the regional liaison for Nasimco has been somebody appointed from Europe, Ali Bhai, if I'm not mistaken, whereas we got Shabir Ali Dina, who is residing there, who would be more familiar with you know, the local requirements and needs after spending 20 years over there. So just want to understand the rationale for how they appointed the liaisons, or whether they want to have a rethink on that. Thank you.
Ibrahim Bhai Rahmatullah, Bismillah.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you, Salim Bhai, for such good insight. I didn't know you had so much work done on census, so it's great to hear your point of view. I guess, you know, I think of an organization like this without proper census data is almost like, you know, driving a car in Harefield in these narrow streets with trees on both sides with no headlights, right? And I think that, you know, I hope, and I think the data that we can hopefully gather over the next little while with this amazing team will help us, you know, turn those lights on and focus our programs where they're most needed. And I think that one of the challenges that's always been when it comes to census data is trying to get individuals to open up and actually provide the data, right? That's always been the challenge for individuals. So I would really encourage the team to work through and hopefully with the guidance of the leadership at WF, to work through the leadership of the federations and get and encourage each of the head of the federations to promote the program as much as possible to the grassroots and encourage the Jamaats to provide the data that is really necessary for all of us to move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Amin by Nasser, Bismillah. Siptem by Merchant has been noted. Ali Asma, you already there? Please, thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. જ્યાં સેન્સસનો છે પ્રોજેક્ટ માશાલ્લાહ અને શિરાઝભાઈ આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશનથી છે અને માશાલ્લાહ એને સારો અનુભવ છે તો અમો યકીન રાખે છે કે આ અનુભવ ઇન્શાલ્લાહ સહી રીતના ઇસ્તેમાલ થશે મને એક જ બે કન્સર્ન છે કે પહેલાં તો આ કોન્ફિડેન્શિયાલિટી સારી રીતના મેન્ટેન કરવામાં આવે કારણ કે પર્સનલ ડાટા છે બીજું પ્રમુખ સાહેબ જેટલી રિજનની ડાટા મળશે તો એ વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન પાસે રહેશે બરાબર રિજન પાસે જશે પણ બધી એકબીજા રિજનની એક્સચેન્જ થશે કે તમે હરેક રિજનને એની પ્રોપર ડાટા દેશો એમાં જો જરાક ખુલાસો મળે અને બીજું કે સેન્સસના જ્યારે ક્વેશ્ચન રાખવામાં આવે તો જે ખાસ ગ્લોબલ ક્રિટેરિયા છે એના ઉપર રાખવામાં આવે હવે સલીમભાઈ એના ઉપર વાત કર્યા કે ઘણા એવા પોઈન્ટ સેન્સિટિવ હોય છે પણ હવે એ ક્વેશ્ચનમાં રાખવાથી આપણને જોવું જોશે કે એવું ન થાય કે માણસો એમાં અટકી જાય જવાબ દેવામાં તો આપણને એવા ક્વેશ્ચન ગ્લોબલ ક્રિટેરિયા કારણ કે અટાણે આપણને આ કામમાં એટલું જ પહેલાં મળે કે કેટલા આપણે ખોજા શિયા ઇસ્નાશરી છે સરખી રીતના આઈડેન્ટિફાઈ થાય અને અમુક એવા ક્વેશ્ચન છે બરાબર પણ બહુ સેન્સિટિવ ક્વેશ્ચન જો રાખો તો પછી એવું ન થાય કે રિજન બાય રિજન એના ઉપર જજમેન્ટ કરવામાં આવે કે ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ જેમ તમે હમણાં કીધા કે મોસ્કા બારામાં કે જો આફ્રિકાના છે તો આમ જોઈ છે ઓલા આમ જોઈ છે તો એમાં જરાક પ્રિકોશન રાખવું ખપશે
Thank you, Pramukh Sahib, and thank you to the census team for their presentation. I will not repeat much, but I do concur the sentiments of Salim Bhai as to the challenges that the team would be facing. I don't know if I've missed that slide, but I would have hoped that this team with the vast experience and the talent that this team has, are there any challenges that they foresee? And what are the proactive approaches taken by this team to sort of curb those challenges that they will be facing? Because let's be honest in this, I think if you go back and now start taking data again, and I know Brother Imran mentioned about not reinventing the wheel, but I feel that sometimes when you go back and take data, the response, especially having worked on a few censuses, it always comes down to how I ek form ketla fere barso apre. And sometimes what happens is that the questions are numerous and sometimes people feel like it's not worth. And I believe that the marketing side will have to work extra hard to educate the community as to why we are trying to collect this data. But I believe I have one question specifically, which is again, what are the challenges they foresee? And secondly, what is the timeline they're looking at? So for example, if Africa Federation did a census in 2018, and I believe that data or those statistics have significantly changed after COVID. This was pre-COVID era, whereby all these people coming to mosque at least once a week and all that, but right now things are very different. So how far back are we going in terms of using that data? So that will be something helpful to understand. But otherwise, this is a brilliant initiative and rightfully said, a mandatory one, and good luck to the team.
Assalamu alaikum. I'll be very quick. From an ASIMCO standpoint, we haven't, for the federation side, we haven't done anything in the past. The information, of course, is sensitive. One question was there, is there any idea around having a global membership form or a template that could help to collect the data from the regional or the member Jamaats? That will probably help. First step would be basically to get that consent. So if there's something, if we do have a global template, like a membership template, that would help. That probably would be the best start.
Moment.
Assalamu alaikum. Chairman Saab, censor is the most important criteria for any organization. Apart from censors only on population, apre businessmen, we should have the policy of buy khoja, build khoja. Any other economical also, economical ke aje, for example, industries માં કઈ industry કોણ ચલાવે છે, so કોઈ પણ દુનિયાના કોઈ પણ ભાગમાં આપણો શાસ્ત્રી હોય એની જરૂર હોય તો એ કોન્ટેક્ટ કરે તરત. ઓ કયો ધંધામાં છે તો એ ધંધા સાથે કોન્ટેક્ટ કરે. So don't go only for population. Population is very important. Without population is useless. We will not even know what આપણા પાસે કેટલા છોકરાઓ છે, કેટલા બુઢાઓ છે. Like for example, આજે 60 over, આજે આપણી population બહુ high છે. So that is one thing. And this one important thing, the business criteria should be there also in that form. કે ભાઈ તમે શું ધંધો કરો છો, શું છે, ને તમે કયો પ્રોફેશન છે. હવે આજે મને વકીલની જરૂર પડે ઇન્ડિયામાં કે કોઈને જરૂર પડે કિન્યામાં, તો they know the lawyers ક્યાં છે, ડોક્ટર્સ ક્યાં છે. આજે જે રીતે આપણે હોસ્પિટલ છે, આપણે ગોતીએ છીએ કે કોઈ આપણી હોસ્પિટલ ચલાવે. મેં સાંભળ્યું બે ત્રણ આપણી પોતાની હોસ્પિટલો છે, આપણને ખબર નથી. So these are the things which are very important. So please make sure that that is added up in your censor.
Mohsin Bhai Dharamsi, please. I will now only take two more. Mohsin Bhai Dharamsi, and then we have also a question from Onali Bhai Khalfan on that part. Please, thank you.
I agree with the two previous speakers. I feel also that the representative for any region should be from that region. For India Federation, we had presented somebody's name, and I would very strongly recommend that that person be contacted, taken aboard, and the whole census development should be taken, the development part should be taken with his involvement. The next thing is about the data. It has been said that we could have data earmarked specifically for particular regions. I'm not quite in favor of that. I would prefer that if all the topics and the subjects and the questions are finalized as one, and then any region, any people, or some people might not like to reply to some of the questions. It is their prerogative, and they can do that. In 1989, we did a census of London Jamaat. Out of the 5,000 forms we issued, 4,000 forms, there were 4 A4 sheets, 4,000 forms came back, and some people refused very strongly to apply, but a few years later, they also automatically came on board. The other thing is that for India, I would prefer if the form, we said that the form and the census is by the World Federation. In India, I feel that we will get more response if we tell them that the World Federation needs the data. If we tell them we need it locally, then there will be lots and lots of arguments, and there may not be much cooperation in collection of data. Thank you very much, Secretary Saib, for giving me the opportunity to present a few ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, we had one question. Now, Honorable Bhai, your question regarding census or education, just so that, because the chairman would like to make a wrap up around the census, but we're going to give you a chance for, or is dual? It's education. Then, Chairman, sir, you do a wrap up on this one, and then we'll go and give Honorable Bhai.
Yeah, I think Honorable Bhai, you'll be the last person to give observation, but on education after the census team has responded. Yeah, so I think the feedback has been great. I would like to thank everybody for the input. As you know, we have an independent team working, led by Shiraz Bhai, so it is only right that he should come and his team can come and respond to your suggestions and questions as well. There's one question that has come predominantly, Shiraz Bhai, is that why have you swapped regional? I'm sure there is a hikmah and wisdom in that as well. So please, the floor is yours, and try and tackle as many questions as you can succinctly. While Shiraz Bhai is coming here, I also want to take this opportunity to welcome our youths. The youth conference team is here. You can see the house is full. So welcome to the Executive Council, to them, while Shiraz Bhai, please come, and then we will go later on to that. Thank you.
So Shiraz Bhai, I'm holding the mic, and the reason is maybe you want to circulate, it's easy for you.
No, thank you. Chairman Sahab, thank you very much. President Sahab, I believe in empowering my team. And all the questions that have been raised here have been discussed extensively by your team. I'll invite the lady Sukaina to answer those questions. They're very easy questions, then she'll answer it in very few minutes. Okay? That's all the concept of empowering your team members. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I was expecting hardly any questions because I thought we were between you and lunch. So, but I guess it's great to see the discussion and amazing questions. I'll address the question of independence first, because I think that one came up predominantly. With that one, it was really, we wanted to keep the independence of the region and the team separate. So the liaison will be independent, but there will be a regional representative. And so that combination, we believe, was going to be very powerful in making sure that that agenda gets pushed forward. In terms of the Khoja, non-Khoja, that came up in many of our discussions. So we will be attempting to create a census that addresses all the people that attend the center, but we will make that distinction within the questionnaire. In terms of the Jamaat buy-in that was raised, I think that's an excellent point. We definitely need regional federation, Jamaat buy-in. This is a collaborative process. This is not an independent process. In terms of the challenges that Salim Bhai raised, as well as some other individuals raised about the challenges, we've talked about at length. And like one of the models that we believe is really something that we can adopt is the CPA model. I see Ibrahim Bhai there. I know he knows how we work. It's, you have one digital ID. You get access to the national database as well as the regional database. Each province has access to their own information. That's how we work. It's nugget-based. So the surveys that are sent out are nugget-based and they're anonymized. So nobody hesitates to answer, how much do you make? What's your position? Questions like that are answered very easily because of that approach. In terms of the global membership, I think that I truly believe is the power of doing this at the World Federation level. We can do this at the regional level, but like I mentioned, when I went to Mombasa, the Askari was so strong there, he didn't let me into the Mombasa Mosque. And that's what happens when you do it at a regional level. But if you do it at a global level, it creates this global Khoja village, and that's what we're aspiring towards. And I think there was a few comments about the doctors and the lawyers, and I agree, because a lot of people do business now across different countries and borders and continents. So I absolutely agree that that's the vision that we're aspiring toward as well, is to create that network. I think I addressed all of the questions.
Yeah, I think you have addressed a number of questions, but I also feel that there are a number of suggestions that I'm sure you have noted that the team can reflect and obviously feedback and see whether you want to send your comments later on as well. We can pass it through the Secretariat to the Executive Council. I'm cognizant of the time, but I think there are some useful suggestions here.
Yes, absolutely.
Probably you have covered most of it. There may be certain areas that you want to rethink, but that is your onus now, because your next report will be at the next Executive Council, inshallah. So
And we have a commitment to work with the regional
Yeah,
representatives.
so-
This
and-
is a collaborative process for sure.
And I would also say that if regions can get in touch with you, I'm sure you have a connection point between each region, so that should facilitate that process.
Can I just be a bit more clear? You remember today I came in as a bit of bad cop. I'm going to continue. My dear executive councillors, many of the secretary generals are here, if not all. Each region has been requested for meetings, engagement. Those meetings are not a meeting of a small party. It is a meeting where the regional federations can give input. How would you like to get there? What are your concerns? And you see the differences between one region from another. The example which Salim Bhai, for example, gave is a fantastic example of that. The other one about what is the strata and what kind of sub part of the community. You asked about the Khoja or complete membership. This is where you should come in and say, this is how we see it, and they will be coming in. It's not that this is one way or the highway or something. So my request is, when the census team and Dr. Saida Dhala, who is not here, who is coming out with these requests, please then engage. That will help the next process. Is that fair, Sukena Bhai?
Absolutely, and I think just that empowered regional representatives is what we need. So.
Very good. Thank you.
We had promised Honorable Bhai, but before we go to Honorable Bhai, I really want to take this opportunity of thanking the census team, led by Shiraz Bhai and a profound team of very dedicated volunteers and professionals. And we pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for the great success of this project, because the success of this project is important for the success in manifesting the vision of this community. So there is a huge burden on your shoulder, and if there is anything we can do as office bearers to ease that burden, or the Executive Council, please feel free to approach us. So let us recite a salawat for the team.
Bismillah, Honorable Bhai.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. Chairman, this question refers to the presentation made by Mr. Pira on education. I'm aware that Zainabia Child Sponsorship Scheme is doing tremendous work in Africa and in other parts of the world. In Africa, I think their main focus is within Bilal Muslim Mission. Since last 2 years, our community is facing difficulties economically in Africa, and we are receiving a lot of requests from Jamaats for assistance in education, starting from nursery school, primary school, and secondary. The higher education, as you mentioned, is taken care through the loan scheme. So I will request the Education Department of the World Federation to look into how they can help Africa Federation in supporting the needs for the education for our community members. Yes. Yes.
I mean, this is a serious matter. It is our duty. We were always of the impression that you are most self-sufficient and we focus. But if you are saying that you need revisit, then Abbas Bhai, I think we should definitely take that on board.
Yeah. Thank you.
And may I only say that we had education strategy update in two parts. One was in the conference of 2021. The other one was in Ras Al Khaimah end of 2021 again. In those, when we engage with different regions, the primary and secondary education part was that it was taken care of locally in Africa. Why am I saying this? If things have changed, then we ask Abbas by why and so forth, because our community we need to address. However, the comments which were based was on actual data which we had received. Asanto.
I think with that we will end this session. I mean, it is a short exco. If we had more time, we would have discussed more. And I only think it's fair that we now move to the next agenda item. And I want to give a little preamble to that, yes? Should we start? Yeah? Okay. I don't think we can take questions. We don't have time. But if we have after the youth, we will come back. Yeah. My concern is the timing. My apologies. If it's a quick point, very quick. Bismillah, Akil Bhai. Sorry, we are going to an observer, but Akil Bhai has got a lot of experience in housing, so I will be very happy to hear from him. Very quickly. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, a very good progress of housing you have done in India and Pakistan. Do you have plan to support housing in Africa and Kuwait? Second thing, Africa Federation have done survey for housing, and the requirement is about 700 to 1,000 apartments to support our family members. And the requirement of finance is about $120 million to fulfill the housing in Africa. Housing is one of the important area where we, the community, have to look into it. If we fail to give housing, to support housing our members, then we cannot progress. It's very difficult. Today the rentals are very high. 40 to 50% of the income of our families are on rental. So I want to know, how can WF support in finance on housing in Africa? And if you have any plans, let us work together and look into this housing. It's very important. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Akil Bhai. You see, there are two things that have come to our attention. I'll be very honest. One is the need of support of education. Africa, we have always come to Africa for support. And obviously the fact, but you are right that the magnanimity is huge. The need that you just talked about, 120 million assessment is huge. Right now, we have only started the baby steps. So the baby step being that in India and Pakistan, in fact, it hasn't started, the discussion has started. In India, we have got a specific plan for 3 housing development projects, all, as I mentioned, $15,000, 20, small amount of money relatively. For 800,000, we're talking of almost 50 flats that will be established. So it's a baby step, but if this house wants us to seriously look into the housing requirements holistically across the 7,000 families who are struggling, it's a subject that can be discussed seriously at the next Executive Council meeting. So I think point is noted. It's a serious subject, and we will make sure that we spend more time as an agenda item at the next EXCO. I think because of time limitations, we cannot allow more discussions now, but let's have offline discussions and seriously think about potentially setting up a team of housing experts in this field. Thank you. With that, we will move to a very, very important agenda item, and we are very cognizant that this is one of the key agenda items for this EXCO. For many councillors, you may not be aware, there were a few councillors who joined us at the opening program with the youths, that the involvement of the young community members within our institutions is not at its best in terms of active engagement with from the Jamaats to the regional federation to the World Federation. Of course, it's varied. Some regions have a lot of input from the youths, some don't. At the World Federation, we don't have many youths. The example of this Executive Council itself is that we have very few youths. Alhamdulillah, there are a couple. And what we have done over the past, the Secretariat, is to organize a youth conference, an independent one running parallel here in Halfhill at the other end of this very building. They have been intense 2 days that they've had. We promised and pledged to them that they can work independently, they can come up with their proposals of what are their expectations from this house and how do they suggest that they can proactively engage with us. So we have no idea what they are going to present. We have full trust that they will present to us and we will all openly listen to their views. They are all here. Ruqaybah, how many participants were there? 40, more than 40 participants represented across all the 6 regions. So without further ado, I suggest that we request the youths to come and present their findings to the August body.
You have a mic which is rotation, so you can swap between each other. Please, Bismillah.
There's no slide. Yeah. Sorry. My dear elders, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is our utmost pleasure to be here with you all today. I think this is history in the making, where we've got delegates from a youth conference come and present at an executive council meeting of the World Federation. It's been 6 months of planning this youth conference. All sorts of debates, discussions have happened, and here we are finally to present our vision to you all. Inshallah, we'll send a written update to every one of you here in due course about what happened at the youth conference over the last 2 days. But for now, I'll just give you a quick gist of what unfolded. Wednesday evening, alhamdulillah, we had our opening ceremony. We had a welcome meet and greet, bonding exercises, and an exciting award segment recognizing the amazing input of various youth individuals and bodies across our Jamaats. And I must say that we're very, very proud of the amount of talent and initiatives across the world that we saw when we were conducting the awards exercise. With regards to the youth conference participation, we had over 150 applicants from across all regions. We had a quota of 8 per region representatives at the youth conference. Unfortunately, due to visa issues, not everybody was able to make it. But here we are in strong numbers, the ladies right there, the gents all here, to look for your support, advice, and blessings as we move forward towards shaping our future today. Yesterday was a very busy day. We had various team building activities. We had a meditation exercise. All of these were led by delegates from across the globe. Our 3 main objectives were the spiritual objective, which was led by Sheikh Muhammad Hilli, the social objective led by Sister Malia Abdullah, and the visionary objective led by our dear Al-Hajj Ali Jawad Hansraj. The visionary objective is what I want to touch on rather today. It was all about bridging the gap between World Federation and the youth and hearing from the youth as to how they would like you, the World Federation, to support them through their journey. All of these then fed into workshop sessions that were very aptly facilitated by Brother Muhammad Mahdi Kareem. These workshops tapped into the regional challenges that the youth are facing, and upon identifying common threads, they went through a troubleshooters segment. The room had some heated debates that could have put the ones that happened here to shame. And in the end, we all came together to create a task force representing all regions. It is my utmost pleasure to introduce to you Zara Habib from Africa Federation, Sibtain Fazal from COEG, Muhammad Raza Nathani from India, Talib Leela from Nasimco, and Insia Fatima from Pakistan. And inshallah, we look forward to welcoming a rep from Australasia in due course. Just want to clarify, this is not a youth body. We have not set out to create a youth body today. This is a team of youth who attended the youth conference who will go back home and conduct studies to find out what exactly their peers would like to be seen actioned by the World Federation. May I now invite them to walk you through on how the youth conference delegates propose to shape our tomorrow today. Can we please welcome them with a loud salawat?
Ali is a 12-year-old boy. Ali lives in Toronto, Canada. All of his life, he's been attending Jafari Community Center, the prominent Shia Ithnashri mosque in his city. Like many of our children, Ali goes through the motions of being a Shia youth. In Muharram, after school, he comes home to his parents banging on his room door. Ali, hurry up! We're going to be late for mosque, they say. So Ali rushes to put on his black clothes and runs to mosque. In Ramadan, Ali's parents enroll him in Quran Khanis. He's there every night. On Eid, they dress him up in the finest sherwanis. But underneath all of it, underneath the motions, all of the glamour and the glitter, Ali doesn't understand. He doesn't understand why he's doing what he's doing. Ali doesn't understand why he raises his hands in prayer or puts his forehead down on the ground or beats his chest the way he does. He doesn't feel a sense of connection to his community or his faith. But one day, when Ali is 14, he has a realization. He says to himself, you know what? I want to learn more about my community. I want to learn more about who I am. I don't want to feel this identity crisis anymore. So, Ali decides to make a change. Instead of sitting outside during Jumeirah programs and chatting with his friends, Ali can now be found in the front row of every single lecture. But after a few months of this, after attending every Thursday night program, every darsa, and every lecture, Ali realizes something. No matter how hard he tries, and no matter how much he wants to soak in the knowledge, Ali cannot seem to absorb the content of the speeches being presented. His thirst for spiritual knowledge is slowly dulled due to that inability to form a connection with the scholars that visit our community and the content that's being delivered from the mimbar. And sadly, over the next few months, sitting in the front row, Ali once again turns into chatting with his friends outside Ali. Fast forward a few years. Ali is now 19. He's taking the next big step of his life. He's off to college. He has with him enough containers of his mom's home-cooked biryani to last through an apocalypse. But what he doesn't have with him is that support system any longer. He doesn't have his peers. He doesn't have his community. He doesn't have his mosque. He doesn't have his parents knocking at his door, reminding him about namaz time. And what happens next is a tale too often told in our community. Over the next few years, Ali's already weakened connection with his community, it fades into nothing. Now, by a show of hands, I want to ask you, how many of you know an Ali within your community? Now, as the youth of our communities, we grew up seeing Alis all around us. They're our brothers, our sisters, our best friends. But what we know growing up with them is that within every Ali is the potential to be the next leader within our community. And the million-dollar question that so many generations of our community have tried to answer is, how do we unlock this potential? How do we unlock this potential? Now, let me give you 3 words. Engagement, evolution, expansion.
One of the key things that he highlighted was engagement. Let me tell you one thing. One of the major challenges in the community right now is within the youth population. They are lacking engagement with the low regional community centers. આપણા વડીલો કે છે ને આજકાલના છોકરાઓ મસ્જિદો નથી આવતા. Have you ever thought why? Because they feel distance from their community centers. and somewhere or the other, indirectly, that is going to affect their faith. The core fundamental of World Federation is to develop faith. But are the local community centers actually designing the events, prioritizing the youth? I think it's a high time we should address this concern. And it's a dynamic environment, and we should now have the youth as one of the major priority while designing the events, as well as what content are we presenting it to them.
Over the years, the methods of transmitting knowledge has remained stagnant, which has made youth difficult to absorb the knowledge as its best. Giving the example of water, as it remains still, it does not flow, it grows bacteria. The water, which is essential for life, it becomes harmful. Similarly, the transmitting knowledge is essential, but in a way that gives progression and growth that the youth would like to consume rather than avoiding it. To regain the interest of the youth, it would be productive to introduce alternative methods and techniques that will appeal to the contemporary mind. As our Imam Ali, first Imam Ali alayhi salam, back in his time, he used different methodologies of Tawheed between the individuals according to their understanding. Even we can do that to bring the interest of our youth. Embracing innovative learning approaches can spark the youth and captivate their interest, fostering a culture of active participation.
Expansion, a challenge identified. But what does expansion truly mean? We've noticed that our knowledge in our community has been limited and rather stagnant. Any new questions come with the risk of being shunned upon, leaving the youth lost, leaves us with an identity crisis and doubts unresolved.
So, how exactly do we eradicate the stagnant mindset of ours? 3 Ds: discussion, debate, and dialogue. With these three, we get to open up our minds, understand new things, and understand our core fundamentals: engagement, evolution, and expansion.
Are the 3 key challenges that have been identified in this youth conference.
World Federation has taken the initiative to call out the deserving youth candidates from all across the world and establishing a benchmark by conducting a first ever youth conference. And we all 43 delegates are really thankful to everyone on the board. Over the period of last 2 days, with the range of all the dynamic brainstorming sessions and the workshop, we came across a need of establishing, we have to take several actions, out of which one of it is establishing a youth committee at World Federation level. Now, this youth committee would be a centralized body working with the World Federation and the local federation as well as the local Jamaat, along with the youth bodies working with the regional Jamaats. Some example of functions of this include, but this is not limited to, creating charitable youth events, support the organization of the youth bodies, like I said, developing resources of those bodies that can be used by the youth teams, which will enhance their faith towards the community. We propose to form such a team that will plan their initiative by conducting research, surveys, as well as contacting the local Jamaat and the regional federation representative with the research and the need as well as the feasibility of this body.
Now, alhamdulillah, this conference was a great start. We were able to meet and network with the youth leaders of our communities from all over the globe. And it was quite amazing seeing the great minds, the great young minds of our community in action all together in one room. And I think I speak for all of us when I say I think we all felt the energy and the abundance of ideas flowing through that room. But when I say this conference was a great start, that's exactly what I mean. Just a start. In our local Jamaats, we've tried to adapt to the way that youth of today learn and implement initiatives that allow them to flourish and really soak in all of the knowledge offered by the brilliant sheikhs and speakers that grace our masajid with their presence. Whether it's lectures delivered in alternative formats or discussions of heart-to-hearts with the sheikhs that visit our communities, we've done what we can as regional communities to try and bring the youth back into the folds of our mosque, our community, and our religion. But there's so much more that we can do. Alhamdulillah, we have here among us representatives from every single corner of the world. We have representatives from countries that people outside our community don't even know exist. The sheer amount of knowledge and resources in this room that could be used to facilitate the cause of re-engaging the youth within our community is beyond any of our measure. It would be a shame if we were to fail to use these resources to do exactly that. Re-engage the youth within our community. Now, what does Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say in the Quran? Surah Ra'd verse 11. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Inna Allah la yughayyiru ma biqawmin hatta yughayyiru ma bi anfusihim. Verily Allah does not change the condition of a people until they change what is in themselves. Now, what we've been doing here as regional youth leads by implementing these alternative methods of learning is we've set out ourselves to improve the situations of our communities. But we can only do so much. What we really need in order to take the next step is a voice. We as youth need to have our voices heard in order to reverse the trend of youth growing disconnected from our community and reinstate the youth back into their correct positions as the bedrock and the future leaders of our community. We, as the global youth population, would like to express our unwavering support for the amendment proposed by the CRC, requiring each region to nominate at least one youth counselor to be part of the EXCO in order to address the rising issue of youth disengagement within our community. Now, by doing this, this will help ensure that all of our voices as a youth are being heard. Now, we've all, over the past few days, we've had our own conference in that room, and we've all made a pact to each other. Not just me, not just her or them two up here, every single one of the delegates that was in that room over the past few days, we've all made a pact. Over the next few months, we plan on liaising with our respective communities across the world and collecting feedback. Feedback about what we need. What do we need on a local scale? What do we need on a global or on a national scale? How about on a global, international scale? These newfound connections that we have built over the past few days will allow us to take a more holistic approach to the problems we face and form a united front in combating these problems. We plan on going home and collecting feedback through surveys, conducting research, speaking to our communities, figuring out what has worked, what hasn't worked, and inshallah, at the next EXCO, it is our hope that we will be sitting alongside you in this panel, bringing to you a detailed plan of action dedicated to bridging the gap between the youth and the community.
Before we end our presentation today, we'd like to share a personal anecdote that has shaped our journey here today. A year ago, I received a phone call about the Africa Federation Supreme Council, and I instantly asked, what role am I to play at this young age? Where I was answered that the Africa Federation Supreme Council was going to host a youth delegation where they could share their opinions just as normal delegates. And through this, I started my journey within the World Federation, towards the World Federation through this.
So when I got the call, I was completely clueless. Like, what exactly am I even supposed to do? However, as the days began to unfold, it taught me what the Africa Federation exactly was. It was a platform for me to give back to the community that has given so much to me. And through that, I joined the AFTA board as well as the Africa Youth Network. Now, just imagine one phone call, and this is where I am. This is how many doors it has opened up for me.
So just imagine a youth platform for the youth, run by the youth. What impact could it have on the community at large? Thank you.
Could we have all the task force lined up so we can take a picture as well whilst you're there? Thank you. This is much. And this is Murabi Onali Bai's idea, which is a fabulous one. No. Go for it.
I'm not part of the task force. Ji?
No.
This is the task force. I'm not part of it. Salu ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
We will, during the break, take a big collective youth photo as well, next to the Khoja wall as well. Okay, thank you. Yes.
We are open to take any questions if there may be, please. Via the chair, yeah.
Okay, I think what we will do, Ruqayya Bai, is Ruqayya, I should call you. Ruqayya Bai, is
I don't mind any.
we will take questions and observations for a few councillors. You make a note of that, and then you respond to that. Yeah. Yes, or you or the team. You can delegate. You can delegate.
20 seconds each. Arif Bhai Jeksi first. Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum. You literally gave me goosebumps throughout the presentation. MashaAllah, you did an amazing job, better than I could have done myself. And you've stood up there. You've called yourselves as the next leaders of this community. Really looking forward to engaging with you and working together. And for now, I'd like to. Are you from? You said Nasimco. What's your name?
Talib.
Talib. I'd like to give you my card.
Bismillah. Murtaza Bhai, Bismillah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First and foremost, I'd like to applaud all of you. I think we've got to a stage where the youth have stood up and are telling us what they need. I heard different accents, but the message was one. The message truly was one, and it's time our Jamaats, Federation, and the World Federation listen to you. This is a challenge we've probably had for a long time, but it has now come to light. And we thank you, and we're indebted to all of you for bringing that to light. And we're looking forward to seeing the results of the research you do. Thank you very much, and we're proud of you. Thank you.
Dr. Molinina, followed by Amin Bhai Nasser.
Thank you, youths. You just made me feel how could I find a way to go 55 years back, inshallah. I heard the word future leaders, My dear youths, you are not future leaders. You are present leaders. Not let age be a bar. Thank you.
Amin bhai, Bismillah.
બિસ્મિલ્લાહિર્રહમાનિર્રહીમ. આ યુથ લોકોનું એન્થુઝિયાસ જોતા નસીબદાર છે લોકો. મને એમ થાય છે હું તો યુથ છું પણ વધારે યુથ થઈ જાઉં. ખરેખર તમને કઈ ઓબ્જેક્શન છે?
ઓબ્જેક્શન એ છે કે એ લોકો ગુજરાતી સમજે છે?
ના સમજે છે, હું એના ઉપર આવું છું.
અચ્છા, ઓકે, ગુડ.
અમીન ભાઈ,
આપણા એક યંગ બોયલા કે આ લોકો ફરિયાદ કરે છે કે આ યુથ લોકો કેમ આપણા ઇમામવાડામાં નથી આવતા. હું એમ કહું છું કે આ યુથ કેવી સારી ગુજરાતીમાં બોયલો, તો એ એક કમાલ છે. તો ઇન્શાલ્લાહ ગુજરાતીમાં એ લોકોમાં આવશે. અહીંયા સુધી આવી ગયા છે તો માશાલ્લાહ, કોંગ્રેચ્યુલેશન કે આટલું ઉત્તેજન, આટલું બધું આ લોકોને કોમ ઉપર તરસ છે અને ફિક્ર રાખે છે. અને આપણે આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશનમાં પણ એક્ટિવ આપણી બોર્ડ છે એવા એન કે જે એક્ટિવ રીતના કામ કરે છે. તો ઇન્શાલ્લાહ આ યુથ ઓર આગળ જશે અને આપણી રિજનલ ફેડરેશનનો પણ પૂરો એ લોકોને સપોર્ટ છે.
Thank you very much. Muhammad Ali Bhai Merchant, please.
Very great. Really, we are all proud of you with the leaders sitting over here. As said by Dr. Mauladina, present leaders you are. And what you have achieved, I think so, a lot you have been achieved, so that you can easily make a roadmap for the future, for your community, for your Jamaats. When you go over back, you must say what have you done. 2 days, I think so, you have spent over here, 2 or 3 days. Each and every minute of yours is countable, and we should be thankful to World Federation from our platform that they have given the opportunities to all the youth to come. And as it was a first conference, youth conference, I think so, many of them make out. And the team came from abroad here and there, spending a lot of amount. Really, I appreciate their parents who had allowed them, who wanted them to be our leaders for present and future as well. Thank you, World Federation, Mr. President and his team, and thank you to the youth team and volunteers and all the participants came all around the world. Thank you very much. We are really, really, really proud of you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I'm only going to take 5 more, and that's it, please. No, if you've spoken already, it will be a bit difficult, please. So please be as succinct as possible. Muhammad Ali Bhai Muraj from online. He's a young youth who is also the treasurer of COEG. Bismillah, Muhammad Ali Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum. First and foremost, I'd like to commend the wider World Federation team for organizing such a good conference at such a stage. Firstly, I think this is such a useful initiative to firstly just get so many youth leaders from around the world all under one place. And one thing that breeds is amazing networking opportunities for these current youth leaders who will then go back to their own communities. And I'm sure the relationships made in this conference will stay for many, many more years and in all of the other youth leadership positions and community positions that these youths will hold. So firstly, a huge commendation for organizing such a platform where such rich networking can occur. On the second level, again, I'd like to extend my commendations, support, and gratitude for any other deliverables that may be coming. I for sure will be looking forward to the space that will be filled by some brilliant initiatives. And finally, just wanted to commend and be grateful for such an initiative. So yeah, these were some of the words that I wanted to hear. Jazakallah.
Thank you. We have Zaid Abbas by Khimji, who is going to go on next, Sifstan by Merchant, and Morabi Muhammad Hussain by Jafar. Bismillah, Zaid Abbas by. Bismillah.
So I'm standing in respect and appreciation of what you did. Yeah, that's why I'm standing and addressing you. Like Arif Bhai said, I think at your age, I would not even be able to do that. So if I see my first speech, I was like, yeah, so very well presented, mashallah. One advice I would like to give you is that if you want to have a solid voice in our organization, you need to be elected. You can't be appointed. So coming back from the structure which we have, which is brilliant structure, you need to push for the structure to be from ground. So at every Jamaat, there has to be 2 elected councillors for the region, because there's an election for the region. So you get elected by your Jamaat to the regional federation. Now, when you're at regional federation, you're an elected councillor of your Jamaat. You're not an appointed person. Then from there, you get elected to come here. That will give you a solid base to make the change, engagement, enhancement, all that. There were 3 Ds and 3 Es. You will be able to do that when you are elected and have your own solid voice. Keep it up.
Ahsan, thank you. Now, Siptembai Merchant, followed by Muhammad Husembai Jafar, and then Brother Ali Hassan, who will be the last one. Thank you. Siptembai, Bismillah.
I think it was I think it was Ibrahim Bhai who requested.
Ibrahim Bhai, okay.
Ibrahim Bhai and Muhammad Arif.
No. One person, please. No, who registered to speak? Okay, Ibrahim Bhai, you go on, but this is, please. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you for the presentation, very impressive, and I think it's great. I'm sure all the other delegates that are here are also very impressive, all 48 of you. So thank you very much. I think one of the things to make the momentum keep going, I just want to, first of all, thank WF for the support, the financial support that they've given for this, and I think that it's important that each of the federations and the Jamaats that are being represented recognize that and support these youth so that next Exco and the one after that, we are able to bring these young people together. Just want to touch, Jabir, on your point regarding Ali. Great story. I would carry it a little step further in the sense that, which Ali is it that we see? Is it the Ali that comes to the mosque and sits on the front line? Or is it the Ali that's going to the mall and meeting his friends, right? Which is the real Ali that we have in our community? And I think carry that, and I guess the other area I'd carry your story forward is to say, and most of you are 19 or older, when Ali leaves for home and goes to university, when Ali doesn't get the support of the community because he's away from his community and he's in a new town, which Ali comes back home? And who does Ali bring back home? Is he bringing back home Fatma, or is he bringing back home? Okay. Thank you.
Muhammad Hassan, Muhammad, uncle, please.
Assalamu alaikum. I think when the youth came in, I'm thinking of becoming a youth again. A very good job done, and I'll be honest with you that I don't think so any one of us sitting here who could have done what you have done at your age. I would say that what you have to do now is to get the people who are your colleagues who are out into the other fields, attract them to get into your folder. That is the most important thing. People are going to mosque, and you have to now form a team to get them together with you, and you go forward. I would also, through the chairman of mine of Africa Federation, I would even offer you, the whole team of yours, to come to Mombasa, and I can assure you no Askari is going to stop you, and be our guest of Africa Federation in Mombasa, and we will give for your retreat. I think this is what you are needing more as a retreat, to bring the people together, get into the different environment to work on this. You have got all my support, our support, and Africa Federation is with you, with the World Federation. And this youth is the most important criteria of our organizations, because without you, we are all fading out. Now, I'm already 75, so I'm near to my end. And we are all getting into that position, one way or the other. So you are the one who are going to take this to the other level. And you are the one who is going to control what that we don't get into it and remain in our culture. Thank you. God bless you.
Brother Ali Hassan, Bismillah.
Pramukh Sahib, I'm apologizing in advance. I think I'm very passionate about this whole youth thing, and 30 seconds will not be enough for me to speak, so please accept my apologies in advance. First things first, honestly, it's a very proud moment for myself to have these youths here, especially some who also attended the AFET conference last year. And I think it is important to note that 10 years ago, this may be the first global youth conference, but Africa Federation had the first regional youth conference in 2013. And we had youths from all over Africa who came together, and from that, several initiatives were brought forward, including the revival of Solidarity Day, which is successfully running for 10 years now, which is run fully by the youth, and collecting an average of $200,000 every year that goes towards education, healthcare, and welfare of our community. So the boundaries are limitless, and you guys have extreme and immense potential to do and take this community to greater heights. However, I have a few humble suggestions for you, which is, do not sit back and wait for this community or everyone here to come forward and say, you know what, okay, we will give you. I believe sometimes you have to fight to be there. Just like how you applied from 150 or so applicants to get to where you are here today, you had to go through a rigorous process to be here. And I believe now, just like how you've shown that you can do what it takes to be at this very platform, I'm sure you can also fight and make sure that you are recognized. Because today here, I believe we've opened numerous eyes here. Today we have realized that the potential is out there. And I will still say this, and I am being very candid, but I will say this, instead of expanding our centers, we now need to fill our centers. And we can only fill our centers when the highest number of individuals and the population are the youth. And I remember, I'm sorry, again, I know I'm crossing time, and I'll be very honest with you. When I was part of Africa Federation, and when we presented, I mean, I'm just saying at that capacity, I had spoken about the issues facing the youth 6 years ago. And the response I got from some of the individuals there, that said, ના આપણી કમ્યુનિટીમાં પ્રોબ્લેમ્સ નથી, આપણા પાસે સેન્ટર્સ છે, આપણા પાસે સ્પોર્ટ્સ ફેસિલિટીઝ છે, તો આપણા યુથ્સને ટાઈમ નથી આ બીજું બધું કરવાનું. એ લોકો છે ને આવીને અહીંયા જ એ લોકોનું ટાઈમ યુટિલાઇઝ કરે છે અને they are spending the time at the center. So the issue of youth disengagement is not a reality in that particular community. And fast forward now 6 years later, today we see the disengagement between the youth and the institution. And what you guys have addressed today, believe you me, is just the tip of the iceberg. Yeah. You have a huge mammoth task ahead of you as the task force to do your research, because honestly, I've been trying to do this and I don't know where to start from. But I believe that you guys, with the amount of potential that you have, and I believe each one of you is a professional now or heading towards a professional level, and use that and make sure that today, and as Dr. Asghar Maulana said, you guys are not future leaders, you guys are present leaders. Yes, the World Federation has taken the initiative. The CRC is proposing that one counselor to be there. In fact, yes, let one counselor be there by virtue of that provision, but allow yourself to also be elected for the other counselor positions, regardless of whether you are under that age group or not. Okay, and today you can do it, and I believe the regions will identify you. Alhamdulillah, I had the opportunity, and I did it, and today I believe that you guys can do it as well. At the age of 19, I had the opportunity, and you guys are not too far away from this. And I am strongly of the opinion that today we may have a councillor that is going to be part of every regional representation, but hopefully, inshallah, in the next CRC proposed, we inshallah will have an office bearer that is going to be under that very age, inshallah. So good luck, and you have all our support today, inshallah.
Ahsan. Salim Bhai, the promised 30 seconds, Bismillah.
So I'll be very quick. This is something I want to share as I'm the last one, and I thought I'd share something beautiful that I had heard many, many years ago. This was from Allama Iqbal. This was an advice and a poem he had given for the youth of tomorrow, and I thought that was very powerful. And he says about, Nahi tera nasheman kasre sultani ke gunbat par, tu shahi hai basera kar paharon ki chatanon par. And he compares you, the youth, to the eagle, that you do not belong at the top of the dome of a palace, yet you have to be right at the top of the mountain. And this today, looking at you guys, I think you are at the top of the mountain, and do not come down and sit on the dome of the palace. Stay there, because that's where you belong. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and we'll come back. Just one more. Sheikh Khalidina, Bismillah.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. I am with my colleague here, Sheikh Afzal. We are tremendously impressed by this wonderful presentation that you made. We feel humbled, and we at the Islamic education also need to introspect how much we can respond to this enthusiasm that is there in the youth group. Indeed, the model we have is of the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who used to reach out to the youths and would be the first one to greet them. He would be the ones who would appoint. Somebody mentioned that they should become counselors or of the OBs. No. Can I suggest one step ahead? The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam appointed the commander to be a youth. So, no, the potential is great. Of course, you have to qualify. And if you quoted an ayah from Surah Ra'd, allow me to quote another ayah from Surah Yunus, where Allah says, despite all the miracles that the Prophet presented, Musa alayhi salam, but it was one sector of the community that was the first one, the quicker one, and the bigger one to respond. Guess who? فَمَا آمَنَ لِمُوسَى إِلَّا ذُرِّيَّةٌ مِّن قَوْمِهِ. It was a young generation that was the first to respond. You come from lesser baggage. You have a more purer heart and mind. You're exploring, inquisitive. You want to learn. And as you said that knowledge is expanding, alhamdulillah, today you will witness that the WF is embarking on a huge project of introducing the community to this massive expansion of knowledge that is available and how we can tap into it and channel it to the community. But as you said, that the way forward is to discuss and to debate and to dialogue. One of the principal functions of this institute that is going to be launched is going to be this. But if all have asked for representatives at different levels from the youths, I think from the Islamic education, we are going to also ask you for a representative to be with us in our committee to dialogue, inshallah. God bless you all. Asante.
Yes, final, and then we'll.
Sorry, I want to go off script a little here. I apologize. I'm promising you I'm only going to take a minute. We've had, a round of thank yous. You all have so graciously thanked us, and we've thanked the World Federation Board for being here. But there's one more thanks that I think is in order, and all of the delegates know exactly what I'm about to say. I just wanted to, from the bottom of my heart, from all of our hearts, sincerely thank the team in charge of organizing this youth conference. I don't know how many of you here have seen the effort that they've put into this conference, but I can tell you it's been accumulation of sleepless nights, of being here, till 4 a.m. setting up for the next day. That's led to this moment right over here. And for me, coming from Toronto, from all the way across the globe, I'll be honest, I didn't know what to expect coming here. It's my first time in the UK, and I didn't know what to expect, but walking into this facility for the first time and walking around at every corner, there's a volunteer with their lanyard dedicated to making our stay hospitable and friendly and giving us a warm welcome. And I just wanted to say that the community here, Harefield, wherever you guys all come from in the surrounding areas, you guys have made our stay more pleasant than we could have ever imagined. I wanted to thank you for that, and also I wanted to extend a special thank you to Brother Amar Ali and Sister Ruqayya, for the leads of organizing this conference, just for your massive efforts. May Allah reward you all, inshallah, and thank you so much.
When I said that history is in the making here, I think we've just made history. In the past few years that I've been involved at WF, I think it might be the first agenda item that has no questions, no observations in terms of difficult and complicated and tricky situations to navigate through. And all we've heard is very, very positive and tremendously positive feedback from each and every one of you. So thank you very much. And the team have already said that this is the starting point. And I just want to clarify one more time what the message that we are looking to propose to you today. And this is that when you sit from as of this afternoon until Sunday evening and you debate and discuss, and you're more than welcome to do that, at the CRC, reviewing of the CRC, we, the youth here, the gentlemen here, the sisters there, and across the globe, we firmly and humbly also request that you kindly consider the requirement for one councillor per region. And again, just like a few of the voices that have come here, that is obviously, we shouldn't be limited by that. That is just the beginning. That doesn't end the story. And inshallah, next EXCO, we look forward to seeing you all again with a plan of action that we can present to you for the future of the World Federation after we have shaped it over the next few months, inshallah. So thank you very much. Once again, thank you, Safdar Uncle, Arif Ali Bhai, Ali Jawad Bhai, Dr. Munir, Zafar Bhai, and Sajjad Bhai for the opportunity to hold this conference, for the financial support towards this conference, and to all the delegates who've been amazing during the duration of this conference. So thank you very much, and Bar Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad salawat.
Thank you so much. I'll give my closing remarks very shortly, but both our Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General have been working very hard, and Ali Jawad in particular has been coordinating. So if Ali Jawad Bhai, you have any last words before I try and close this session? If the youths can bear with us just for a couple more minutes. Thank you.
I don't think I'll need even a minute. Two things. One, I think I speak for everybody here that we are blown away by the youth presentation. So can I please request you one more time and really loud, Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. And the second and last point, I take cue from Salim Bhai, and I will share Allama Iqbal as well. Nahi hai na umeed Iqbal apni kishte veeran se, zara nam ho to ye mitti bahut zarkhez hai saqi. We have planted the seeds in this mitti. We need some moisture from, inshallah, our leaders, and inshallah we'll see the fruits very soon. Jazakallah khair.
MashaAllah, MashaAllah, son. I think with that, I don't think I have anything else left to. Suffice to say that I have two things only. The first is that underlying all these tremendous praises, which each and every youth that is here deserves, there is a serious message that they have given me as a parent, as a president, and to this council. For the survival of this community and its faith, the modus operandi of our Islamic education has got to transform. And I, with all humility, appreciate Sheikh Ali Dina's input, but I genuinely feel that Islamic education has got to transform its way of working. We are doing some great work in many areas that will continue with the existing generation. But for the survival of the future, we need to engage with the young people more actively to understand what is that methodology they want that would make it effective. So for that, I'm delighted, Sheikh Ali Dina, that you have invited the group to join the Islamic education. We are craving to transform with their support, with your guidance, of course, goes without saying, inshallah ta'ala. So you are invited to join the Islamic education. I'm sure you will also support your regional and Jamaats as well at the same time, and we will work together. But the point is that we look forward to your plan of action. Inshallah, we intend to have an exco, which will be discussed at the end, probably in December, before the conference next year, and we would love to see what concrete proposals you bring. And I have no doubt with what I've seen today that it will be approved, inshallah ta'ala. And the last thing is, make it a little lighthearted, but a thanks to you, because you, the youths, have achieved so much in 1.5 days that you are actually giving us a message for this afternoon. We have a difficult conference coming. And if you have achieved this in 1.5 days, I have no doubt that we will, inshallah, pass the new constitution in the remaining days to come. So, but or at least make progress in that. So thank you so much for that, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you. And let us finish this session with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. With that, I would like to just take this opportunity to introduce a few guests that have come who are the partners of the World Federation in different charity work that we do. Over the last couple of days, we have had some community members, prominent members from across the globe that are here with us. Some of them have traveled from far and wide to join with us. We warmly welcome them. Sheikh Mujahid Sharif, who represents Horizon, is a partner with World Federation in various charitable work that we do. We work with many charities, alhamdulillah ta'ala. The relationship of World Federation with many charities is very open. We are delighted also to have with us Murabbi Ghulam Bhai Virji, who has been a backbone supporting the institution very quietly in his unique ways. He has been with us in this journey for many, many years, not only during my term, but also the previous terms. We have from the Jaffer Foundation and United Global Initiatives, Brother Taqi Jaffer and Brother Sadiq Jaffer, who are partnering with us right now in Pakistan in developing homes in Balochistan and other projects as well. Welcome to you. Warm welcome to you. And of course, we have with us Murabbi Abid Bhai Hemani, who we know provided the largest contribution in the history of this community through the Abid Hemani Foundation of $5 million, the income of which is being utilized in education in other areas. And I hope I haven't forgotten anybody else and all the Mu'mineen who are here. But these are the partners who work with us on the ground, and we very much appreciate their presence. So if we can also warmly welcome them with a salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. There are 2 more items left in the agenda. And our Secretary General is a perfectionist. As you know, I keep him awake sleepless nights, so I apologize to him. But I'm cognizant that we only have a few minutes to Zohar, and we have 2 items on the agenda. With your permission, one is iCare, International Center of Advanced Islamic Learning. That item, inshallah ta'ala, will be dealt with this evening because we have the opening of that and there will be various presentations. So I humbly request the House, if it is okay, as part of that agenda item, although it will be not part of the meeting, the deliberations will provide insights into the unfolding of that. If there is consensus, and I don't know what the process is, I will go back to the Secretary General to guide me on that.
First of all, it's an agenda item. And it is an agenda where strategy update was promised. So my humble suggestion, Mr. Chairman, that we hear the presentation in the iCare opening very transparently, that this is not going to be presented, the strategy here. However, we take, if I may ask everyone to be silent, please. Thank you. Please, thank you. Thank you. That the forum here is something is presented, pledges are being made, strategies are put forward. Then in the next EXCO, you will have all opportunities to ask about these specifically. Can I ask the House if that is okay with that proposal? I see nodding. Thank you. Ahsantum. Thank you very much. Next.
There's one more partner that I should have also acknowledged besides the 5 I mentioned, and that is Beta Trust. And we have Murabi Murtaza Bhai Ghulam Sen as part of that, who is also part of our partnership with education, particularly in the subcontinent. Ghulam Abbas, have I covered all the partners? Thank you very much. With that, we come to the last item of the agenda before AOB, of course, and we have only literally 15 minutes to close the session. A very, very important item, and I know we will not do justice to it today. And that is the discussion on conflict resolution, the marriage contract and the conflict resolution component. That item is an extremely important item which needs more deliberation. There has been a lot of engagement that Sheikh Afzal has done with the various regions. So Sheikh Afzal, we will have to be very succinct in 10 minutes to summarize the engagement process that you are doing and what outcomes are expected, inshallah, to be delivered for a detailed deliberation at the next EXCO, inshallah. So without further ado, I would like to invite Sheikh Afzal to provide us the summary of this item.
صلى الله على محمد وآل محمد. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. My respected elders, Pramukh Sahib, office bearers, councillors, respected ulama, mu'mineen, mu'minat, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Further to the deliberations of last EXCO, wherein we had based our white paper presentation on a number of templates of nikah contracts, namely those of Africa Federation, of AFTAB, of Nasimco, of specifically, Toronto Jamaat, of Wessex Jamaat, of a few other Islamic countries. In addition to also having studied a proposal for the case for marriage education that was presented by our respected Marzia Bai Hassan from Toronto Jamaat. And in addition to also the observations and the suggestions that were shared about the alternate dispute resolution mechanism that is embodied within Pirhai Jamaat that Muhammad Akbar Hassan Bai, he shared with us. We then formed that initial white paper and we presented it in last EXCO. It included, first of all, it was a paper that had 3 things in it. Number 1, deliberations regarding conditions and scenarios for which a lady or the wife would have the wikala to engage in talaq. Secondly, it also had a case for marriage education. In addition to that, also alternate dispute resolution. After we received initial feedback, where did we go? Respected elders, immediately the week after that EXCO in Australia, we started our work. Whereby, alhamdulillah, we found out that one of the really high-ranking scholars who is specialized in educational tarbiyati jurisprudence and family affairs, Sheikh Dr. Muhammad Hijazi, from Lebanon, who is the representative of the Shia Supreme Council in the UK. He was here. So what we did is that respected the Sheikh Al-Hakim, a senior research fellow in ICARE, in addition to respected Sheikh Alexander Khalili, our senior translator, and my humble self. We had a meeting with him in Hujjat office. And you can see the photo of that meeting in the Exco pack. We started to deliberate about the different experiences and the need for the Islamic guidance regarding marriage education. Sheikh himself, there is about the author in the book that you will find over here, which I'll come to refer to shortly. But with regards to his CV, etc., his bio, you'll be able to understand who he is. Further to that, our respected President and Secretary General had been invited to go to, I think it was an exco in Toronto, in Nasimco. And over there, the President had met with one of our respected community members who introduced us, in turn, to a company that exists in Toronto by the name of Sulha Solutions. Sulha Solutions is a company that is the leading provider of online dispute resolution services for Muslims in Canada. Up until last Exco, we did not have this further information. We had the basic concept and idea, but the mechanism, we didn't have that. So we were introduced to this company. And what they do is that, on the one hand, they train. First of all, they provide alternate dispute resolution. Secondly, they even train faith and community leaders in order to be able to engage in mediation, arbitration, and med-ab. Furthermore, they also help faith organizations such as ours in how to set up a conflict management and alternate dispute resolution mechanism within our systems. So we had hours of meetings with them as well. Thereafter, we also communicated with respected Maqbool Uncle, who is part of the Constitution Review Committee, and we had a look at the ADR mechanism within the new proposed constitution to see that what we wanted to suggest, does it go in conflict with that? Is there a duplication or not? We then also reached out to other Jamaats and other places as well in order to also get their templates as well to see that the one that we have suggested, is it all encompassing? This was then followed by, and I would like first of all to thank the following participants, the following partners as scholars, counselors, and regional federation representatives. First of all, from Africa Federation, we have a respected Mullah Sajjad Walji, Al-Haj Fazl Abbas Chandu, our respected Alima Najia Bai Jafari, the head of Ask an Alim. From Kowaj, we had Sheikh Safdar Razi, we had Sheikh Nuru Muhammad, Mullah Maqbool himself, Alima Alia Bai Yusuf Ali. From representing Australia Federation, we had Sheikh Muhammad Abbas Virji, India Federation, Sayyid Abidi, Al-Haj Mohsin Ankal Daramsi, Sheikh Muhammad Riza Dodia. Nasimco, we had, led by Sayyid Muhammad Rizvi, of course, Marzia Bai Hassan, Sharoz Bai Dala, and Sister Kulsum Daramsi. Pakistan Federation, we had participation of Agha Shahidi and Al-Haj Muhammad Hassan Akbar, who had previously participated with his deliberations. We engaged in over 6 hours of meetings in which we explained and took back actively feedback regarding to these 3 places: the contract, marriage education, and ADR. Okay, we took feedback from that. For those of our counselors, like for example, we reached out to respected Sabir Abai to have their participation. They had different programs, so we shared the confidential recordings for us to receive feedback from, and inshallah we await to receive feedback. Where are we now? Now we are at the stage whereby we have shared what we have. We have explained the conditions and the scenarios. This was then followed up 3 weeks ago, whereby respected Sheikh Khalidina shared an unconditional template. So here, with the guidance of respected President, we said that we need to get the guidance from respected Agha Sistani's office, that do we want, or is Agha's advice for us to adopt a conditional route, or is it an unconditional? Fiqhiyan and akhlaqiyan as well, which is the best way for us to adopt? In addition to that, we also identified a series of courses. The white paper has been shared with that big task force, which has over 25 email addresses. So we shared the white paper over there, and this includes the details of the courses, the costs, the time frames, and everything. Where are we going now? in order not to take up too much of time. We have started with the marriage education. Marriage education, we have started with something that was ready. In December, we obtained the rights to a book that we can see over here. We're starting with the worst case scenario and inshallah, hopefully building up. We saw this book amongst the list of approximately 40 publications of Sheikh Al-Hijazi. This is final advice, a series of final advice to anybody seeking or considering divorce. Seeking to divorce. Approximately 15 pieces of advice with reflection space after each, so that anybody who is contemplating this, they do not rush into such a detrimental decision that may have adverse effects on their family and on their children, etc. We have started to produce. This is something that can be used for self-use, but at the same time can also be used by counselors as well. Right now, we have three things ending with this. We have submitted that proposal. We are seeking for the marriage contract now feedback from the regions, in the sense that they have to now check with their family law experts to ensure that everything is according to the law of land, and where there are conflicts for them to come back to us. Secondly, we are also going to follow up with those regions that still requested for us to have further deliberations with them, namely Kuwait, Pakistan Federation, in addition to India Federation as well. And we also want to further reach out to Africa Federation as well. With respect to the syllabus right now, we have two types. The secular courses, which are under review, prep, and ultimate counseling for the ultimate couples counseling toolkit bundle, under review by scholars. Islamic courses, we are starting to get them ready, this being one of them. With respect to the marriage contract, then waiting for the legal feedback. After that, we'll go back to the Marja's office. Finally, alternate dispute resolution. This is ready for training to begin immediately. We have some members of our community who have actually engaged in these courses and do that. Mediation, for example. So this is ready for training to start immediately. Of course, there is quite a lot to be said with this respect. I was trying to be as succinct as possible, following the guidance of the chair. If there are any observations, we are happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sheikh Afzal. As you know, this is work in progress, and obviously feedback from regions would be extremely important. Of course, there are some contracts that already exist, some of them solid contracts out there, but Sheikh Afzal, together with his team, are putting this all together holistically, but not only looking at the marriage contract in isolation, but looking at the whole area of dispute resolution, conflict resolution within marriage. And I think a book is also being launched today, I believe, which we'll talk about later. So he'll talk about it later. So if there are any comments, suggestions, ideas, we only have 5 more minutes before we try closing the meeting. Yes, Zaid Abbas Bhai.
I hope you're working closely with the CBG, because when this marriage contract was drafted, they were spearheading that process. And Shabir Bhai Kalfan, I've seen him here. He'll be very instrumental in giving you context on how it was done.
Pramosa can answer? Can answer? Yes. So with respect to, so you were talking about from Africa Federation, correct? Yeah. So in Africa Federation, we went through the protocol channels. We went through AFTAB, and we communicated with Mullah Sajjad as head of AFTAB, who also brought to the meeting, of course, Al-Hajj Fazli Abbas Chandu, who was leading and spearheading the contract to ensure that it is implementable according to the Kenya jurisdiction. But if there are other furthers, inshallah, we're happy to take that on board, and we can also communicate and involve them in the process. Inshallah. I'll take that offline.
Yes, Sayyid Qadim.
Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh. Thank you very much for your presentation. Excellent work. The question I have, since we're in a digital world, we have a book like this, it's excellent. Do we have a digital version of that so we can share with our community?
Yes. So
And where
first
is
of
it
all,
available if it is there?
So, can I answer, Professor? Yes. First of all, this is available for purchase through print on demand Amazon, 1-day delivery. Number two, we are working on getting the e-version out very soon. Hopefully by next week, inshallah, it should be out.
Sure. Thank you.
Ahsant.
I see that there are no other questions. One, okay. Onali Bhai, Bismillah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. Chairman, my apologies, I missed the first part. My question is, this marriage contract that is being drawn by the World Federation, is this going to be applicable globally? Because each country have got its own laws, rules and regulations.
Thank you very much. Onel Uncle, I was hearing your observations yesterday. Okay, we have one, though there should not be a need for maybe further work. Now, the path for perfection is always continuous. It's infinite. And Africa Federation, in addition to also Toronto Jamaat, they've done an excellent work. But we can also continue to improve. So first of all, with respect to the conditions that are being proposed, we are ensuring that these are applicable to the law of the land. So now the initial fiqhi deliberations have finished within the team. Now we're going to the legal feedback from the lawyers on the ground, or the people who are in charge of this on the ground. When they give us the green light, or they give us, for example, suggestions, okay, Anya, we need to change this, we need to change that. What could be then is that there could be some nuances, some variations for different regions based on their jurisdictions. But the overall spirit and the soul would be like this. Our main concern is that our sisters, our daughters, our ladies, they do not get trapped in marriages where there are different sufferings that they're going through. This is what we don't want. Inshallah.
Ahsan, thank you very much. We will now proceed towards... Yes.
I just thought it would be helpful to pull attention of this august body that COEG had taken initiative to design a course accredited by Mediation Academy of UK. And there were mediators who were trained, and Maroom Qasem had really put lots of efforts into that. It had taken into consideration both Islamic perspective and the law of land or something. And there were mediators who are trained. In the room, there are some mediators that I know of, but it would be helpful not to reinvent the wheel, rather use what was already done and build on that. Thank you.
If we can make a note of that, Sheikh Afzal, yeah?
So basically, we have been awaiting further feedback. You see, in our deliberations, we discussed with all of the representatives from all regions, all the three aspects. One of them is our ADR. So inshallah, we will get further feedback and updates from COEG regarding that. But what I would like to mention is that our reach is not just within one federation. We want this to be accommodated within all federations. So as a result, we want to take, inshallah, good experiences that they are from and implement them, inshallah, or suggest them for all different bodies.
Ahsant. Thank you very much. Murtaza, we are running short of time. Unless it's absolutely. Please pick it up offline. Sheikh Afzal and his team are available. The engagement should continue, and I really hope that inshallah in December at the EXCO, after subject to discussion with the EXCO, that we can present a solid and robust paper, inshallah. Thank you very much for all the dedication, hard work, and to the team. Jazakumullah.
Salawat. We are entering into any other business, and we have only two pleas, at least for now. One specific formal invitation has come from Pirai Jamaat, as member of Pakistan Federation, to hold the next EXCO in the month of December in Karachi. This is a formal invitation which has come to the Secretariat. So that is one point. So we are then hence considering that, inshallah. The second one, I'm just looking at hands which have come up, but there is one thing which the chairman would like to cover first, and then we go further.
So I have two pleasant announcements to make in line with the Khoja benevolence and the support we got yesterday for the housing projects in India, as well as the hardship fund. And alhamdulillah, we managed to yesterday raise almost £100,000 thanks to all the contributors from this august body, which we very much appreciate. And today, I'm pleased to announce that the Jaffa Foundation and UGI are also contributing another $50,000 towards this benevolent cause. Muhammad. US, yeah. So we'll have more from you as well, inshallah. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank Brother Taki and Brother Sadiq who have flown here to be with us and for their very kind generosity. Jazakumullah. The second thing, if I can take your consent, is that last night we had the gala dinner. Alhamdulillah, the community raised a good amount of money for the 3 different projects. The Hujjat Harefield, the Birmingham, and the WF. And Alhamdulillah, there was also an awards giving ceremony there. And there were 2 individuals who are not present there. One of them was there who left early, and there are 2 sort of simple, with simplicity award, but very sentimental ones to 2 individuals who have been continuously contributing and supporting the World Federation in all its activities. And I think it speaks for itself. And the sentimental gift really is from the haram of Imam Al-Qadim alayhi salam. As you know, World Federation has embarked upon a $3 million of tile project in the Sahan using the thesis tiles, which is the best quality tile that you find in Makkah and Medina when in Umrah. Alhamdulillah, we have almost collected the full amount now, thanks to the generosity of thousands across all the regions who have contributed. So the sample of that tile that has come from Qadimiyya, we presented to a few people last night, and we have 2 more left, and they are both here. I hope they are here. So I would like to take this opportunity with your permission to present that to these 2 individuals. One of them, of course, is Al-Hajj Abid Bhai Hemani, with appreciation, a gift from the haram of Imam Jawadain alayhi salatu salam. Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad salawat. The second one, unfortunately, is not here with us today, who has contributed to a range of projects, and also one of the initial persons who initiated also this project in Kadmain. He's not here with us, and that is Murabbi Al-Hajj Liaquat Bhai Datu. Let us at least acknowledge him with a salawat. And last but not least, an inspiration to this project, and many projects for that matter, with constant support in promoting it as well, is no other than Al-Hajj Ghulam Bhai Virji Sukusuku. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, any other item on any other business? We have literally got 120 seconds. There's one from Alhaj Mohsin Bhai Ghiwala. Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum. I just had a message from Agha Shahidi. I think he's online. He would like to speak. So he's just asked me to request if it's possible for him to be online. Thank you.
Agha Shahidi online, please. From the hands raised, I see Agha Shahidi and Sister
To all of
Sabra.
you.
Bismillah. Bismillah. Maulana, Bismillah.
My first complaint is that nobody is looking to the online participants.
This afternoon, inshallah, we have to.
And well, my main point was that wanted to appreciate Sheikh Afzal and his team for the efforts they are making. And I would like to say that there are a lot of deliberation and discussion is remaining, even from in the fiqh aspect as well. So we should not try to close it very fast. Rather, it should go through it deeply and carefully and take care of the fiqh issues as the which from one place to another. And also the culture we have different culture in Europe, America, and Africa, India, Pakistan has a different culture. So we need to consider those points as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sabira Bhai, Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay. So I'll follow the footsteps of my president and I shall speak from the heart. Something that is very important. We advocate a lot in our community. But before I go on to that point, I want to share something with you all to give a context of where I'm coming from. So a few years ago, in English underemployment law, we had a famous case that was deliberated upon in employment tribunal. What happened was there was a group of Muslim employees who complained to their managers that by having conversations and meals in a pub meant that those Muslim employees were excluded from real conversations that took place on management policies, on how businesses were conducted, and proper business conversations that we know usually takes place offline rather than in management meetings, all took place in the pub where Muslim employees were excluded from. And when they went to their management, the management turned around and said, no, conversations take place at meetings, and you all are attending the meetings. So what the dickens are you complaining about? You have fair play, you're not being discriminated against, but they kept feeling, the Muslim employees, that they were being discriminated against because conversations did take place at pubs that they got to hear about later on. Policies were made as a result of conversations, and we all know from personal experience, both in Jamaat work as well as professional life, that those who you have the ear of, you influence. The person you talk the most to is the person you are able to influence. If you don't have conversations and you don't have somebody's ear, there is no influence. There is no real decision-making and policy-making advantage. These Muslim employees fought this in their business environment for years and got nowhere. And eventually, they took the employer to a tribunal, employment law tribunal. And the employment tribunal chair adjudged that by not being present in those in those conversations during lunchtime and coffee times, where Muslims were not able to participate meant that they were discriminated against and they were not put in an equal opportunity environment for influencing decision making and influencing policy and influencing thoughts. And that's exactly the situation for women in Muslim communities. And every time we raise this subject with utmost respect, we are maliciously or mischievously, either way, at the worst it's malicious, at the least it's mischievous, to accuse us of not being hijab conscious. We are very cognizant of our hijab responsibility, and to be told, which is the ultimate point of discrimination, to be told that women cannot have fair advantage and equal opportunity to decision making and influence because some men can't behave themselves. Can you believe it? Can you imagine a situation where Muslim employees are told that you can't participate in lunch meetings because some male might be racist? That would never happen. So if non-Muslims are cognizant of not discriminating, if non-Muslims are cognizant of fair play and equal opportunity, then why are we not afforded the same from our Muslim brethren? Our standard of akhlaq, our standard of equality, our standard of fair play must be superlative, because our aqaid says that the second principle of being a Shia is adalat. That's what distinguishes us from the majority Muslims. It is no point us being taught adalat in Usul-e-Din at madrasa, then when we come to engage with our community brothers, there is no adalat. And then it is couched, framed, it is covered up in hijab, and that's a pun, because hijab is a covering. And rather than empowering us through hijab, hijab is used as a tool to beat us up with. If I'm dressed and observing hijab, I should not be discriminated against because some men can't behave themselves or some other women don't observe hijab correctly. And I say this from the heart that last night I was discriminated against at the gala dinner, because what has happened is that the guidance that we got from the marja has been reinterpreted in pages and pages of cultural bias. Aga had given us very clear tabular form answers. What we did was we took the table of answers and extrapolated with our own interpretation, and we put our own agenda onto that paper. And I know some people will find agenda very offensive, and I know that you feel that there is no time, but this is a really important subject because time and time again this occurs. And when I do bring it up, I'm told the mixed gathering paper needs to be evaluated. The mixed gathering paper was passed by this august body, and yet it stands exactly the same on the table with no application, no reapplication, or no interpretation. And when I'm told that it's a gala dinner and therefore it's a social event, my brothers, with utmost respect, fundraising for my Jamaats is not social. I'm a Secretary General of Europe. That meant Birmingham and Hujjah Jamaat were under
Sister
my
Sabira,
jurisdiction.
sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. Namaz time is already 10 minutes past.
Okay.
We had mentioned earlier that AOB should only be 2 minutes because of respect and not to send a wrong signal that we don't allow such discussions. I allowed it, but we really don't have time. You have raised a very important subject that needs its own place, time, so that there's a proper discussion. So my humble suggestion to you is that we have to go for namaz now. We are 10 minutes late. We need to set a precedence that we try and finish our proceedings in time. We have two options. We close the meeting because we have to start the conference. Or alternatively, we will have to continue because there'll have to be a discussion, and this is AOB. So my humble suggestion, Sabira Bai, is that this is your perspective. You have raised with eloquence. I think people have got the message. And there's a perspective, I'm sure, that can be discussed. So point noted, your concerns noted, but let us make sure we have a full discussion on that. And I suggest that Islamic education also works with Sahabat Rabbi, and maybe at the next Exco this could be discussed. With that, really, we have to close the meeting because it is namaz time. It's already 10 minutes past namaz time, with all respect. 2 minutes, it will not be fair. I have stopped her. But I have also stopped her. I want to be fair.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, this is a very important point which came from Birmingham. That was, I don't know how many.
Murabi, we are already in namaz time. I cannot.
Fine, let's go for namaz.
Okay.
Come back.
If the House, look, that disrupts his plan as well, because we also have a long agenda and the conference is there. We cannot allow an infinite Exco. I want consensus with a show of hands here. Either we close the meeting now and we can discuss this at the next Exco. But if the Exco feels here that you genuinely want to discuss this for another half an hour, we will have to have that meeting soon after Salat, which means a shortened lunch. Can I have...
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
I'm happy to withdraw this,
yes,
provided I have your assurance at this meeting that it will be an agenda item at the next Exco.
Yeah,
Then we don't need to discuss it at AOB. We bring it as an agenda item and we give it fair time and let the brethren and sisters around the table determine what our policy is going to be. And we don't need further discussion on the AOB if I have your commitment that at the next Exco it's on the agenda.
It is for the House to decide. Okay, I can assure you that we have already discussed with Islamic education that the mixed guidelines paper that was presented in Toronto in 2005 needs to be revisited. They already have the mandate to revisit that. I look at the IE that if you are ready for the challenge by December, then we can put it on the agenda item. I have no objections to that. I'll be guided by you, and then we try and close the meeting. That assurity I give you that we will allow this discussion at some point in time without any question. Are we committed to December?
We see nods of heads.
Yeah.
And as Secretary General, I have now commissioned that there will be a mixed gathering policy paper update which will be presented in the next Exco.
Okay, thank you.
It's fair?
Thank you. That helps us to culminate. I know Mohammad Zabai has 2 minutes. Is it absolutely urgent because namaz time thay guch? 1 minute. Bolo, please, maaf karjo.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I would just like to suggest or actually need and help from the federations, regional federations, our Jamaats in Dar es Salaam and all the Jamaats in Africa do give loans through Africa Federation to the student loans, that student loan. And many of them have come to study in Europe and have settled down here and they are not paying. So we have a big debt there and, by Africa Federation holding our neck. So I would like some help from the regional federation through World Federation to try and help us to recover this money.
Okay, I strongly suggest that this be taken offline. Abbas Bhai, Head of Education, can work with you and you can discuss with F. Jazakallah. I think with that we will, I'll give it back to the Secretary to do the formality to close the meeting. Thank you.
There is an agenda item called Dua al-Wahda. But my suggestion, if everyone is okay, that this agenda item is not part of the proceedings here, but we will recite Dua al-Wahda at the after Salat, inshallah, which is upon us now. Is this okay? Okay, alhamdulillah. This meeting is now officially closed. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Everyone, please, this is a very important and quite urgent announcement. Please, may I have everyone's attention? Each and every person here, please, can you take your belongings with you? Why? We are reshuffling certain tables so that we can be ready for the conference. The volunteers need to reshuffle them. So if you have any items on these tables here which belong to you, please can you take with you, please? Thank you. Thank you. Can that happen now, please? And can everyone go towards Salat, which is on the second floor? Wudu facilities are also there. Thank you very much. Everyone needs to be ready for the conference here at 2:30, inshallah. Thank you.
I don't have to take my stuff, right? Mine is not be reshuffled. Happy to take. No.
It's going to be a table.
Around here? Same width. It'll be quite long.
But same way, but okay.
But
where will you start?
Huh?
No, start here.
Start here?
Yeah, it has to
You go all the way out there.
The way not his head to it.
So you're gonna sit here?
Yes, but at the same time, whoever is pointed out the chair.
Huh?
Still the chair.
Yes, so he will take the position which is the first position.
So why don't we make a third right here? But no microphone.
I'll come and look at them. No, they've sent in the last moment. They have had 60 days to respond.